back home and be a part of the ongoing conversation. There's been this conversation going on whether there's a genocide in Nigeria or there's no genocide in Nigeria. And I listen to certain individuals who say there's no such thing in Nigeria. Well, whether you call it genocide or you don't call it genocide, let me speak as a victim. I am not just a student of research, but I'm speaking as a victim of these gruesome circumstances around the Nigerian people, where innocent lives have been taken away by some people who think they have more right than others in this nation. And some people have reduced it to herders and farmers clash. No, sir, this has been ongoing. I grew up in northern Nigeria. My father was a pastor with the Assemblies of God Church. One morning we just woke up in Assemblies of God Church, Samaru Zaria. This somewhere adjacent the north gate of Samaru Zaria. My father was a pastor. All of a sudden we woke up in the morning, no provocation, nothing. And the next thing we were hearing was people were just running all over our house and the church with machetes and all of that. The next thing was they started pouring petrol all over the building, both the church and the house, because our house was attached to the church. And the next thing was flames. Everything was burned right down to ashes. We narrowly escaped, found a place where we could shelter ourselves in the military barracks. Eventually, they brought us back to the lecturers' quarters of ABU Zaria, and we had to camp with a family for weeks and months before we could rebuild and start life all over again. That is long. I'm talking about 1986, 87. What about the Metasine situation? Metasine was a sect of the Islamic religion who went around burning and destroying and killing Christians back in the 80s. This is far before there was anything like farmers and herders clash. Then fast forward. What about in the year 2000, where over 2,000 people were killed in Kaduna? Year 2000. What about the over 300 people that were victims of the Miss World in November 2002? All of them, they were not a part of the Miss World. They were just on their own. Something happened somewhere else, and they became victims of it. Lives were killed, houses were destroyed, and whenever they are carrying out this charade, they will be shouting, Allahu Akbar, Allahu Akbar, and they will carry their matches and carry whatever they have, and they will move in their numbers. And everybody on their way that is not chanting what they are chanting becomes a victim. I can go on and on. A few years ago, I was preaching in Kaduna for a great man of God. And I only succeeded in preaching Sunday morning service. After the service, the next morning, as we were preparing for the next service on Monday, the next thing I was hearing was the whole city is on fire. Kaduna is on fire. Please stay in the hotel room. Don't come out. They are burning churches. They are killing everybody. That is how we were stuck in a hotel. Even in the hotel, we were not sure of ourselves, because they were going from hotel to hotel, room to room, killing people that were not chanting Allahu Akbar. And somehow God saved our souls. After about 4 days, we were able to leave Kaduna. But unfortunately, a friend of mine who was a pastor, Reverend Northcote Andrew of blessed memory, was caught in the midst of this as he was escaping for his life. They caught him because he was wearing a collar of a bishop. They hacked him to death, dug the ground, buried him, and put a cross there. It is that little wooden cross that made people know that there was a corpse in that place. And this, my friend, was buried. These are real life situations. So for somebody to just sit down in the comfort of his home, maybe somewhere in the south, and be saying there's no such thing in northern Nigeria, my brother, you've not been a part of it. We've been right in the heart of the fire. I remembered one night, these Muslim boys were all over the place in my school, and they were shouting Allahu Akbar. They were looking for me. I had to escape. That night, my saving grace was that I found a female hostel and I slept under the bed. By the next day, I left town. For what? I did nothing. No provocation. Just because I am preaching the gospel. And of course, some of them believe that once you are not of the Islamic faith, you are an infidel. And they believe that if you kill an infidel, you will sleep with 7 virgins. All of this kind of indoctrination that leads to violence at the slightest provocation, whether it has to do with the people or not, you just get on the street. What about the Reinhard Bonnke crusade? I'm talking about the Reinhard Bonnke crusade in Kanu, where people were hacked, macheted, and killed just because a crusade where the gospel of Christ was going to be preached. And that is why I thank God for people like President Donald Trump, who lent his voice to what is going on here. At least For whatever is what, there's an ongoing conversation all over the world. The matter is no more put under the carpet. And we don't want just conversations. We want some action. We want some action. And in the midst of all this, it snowballed into the herders and farmers clash. It snowballed into banditry, and everything becomes very complicated. Very complicated. And people are dying by the day. There are people in northern Nigeria, places like Borno State, places like Plateau State, places like Benue State, places like southern Kaduna, where whole villages have been taken over by some of these bandits, by some of these Islamic extremists, by some of these Boko Haram people. They've taken over whole villages, driven the villagers away. And somebody said there is no such thing in Nigeria. Why do we have IDP camps? Why do we have IDP camps when we never had an earthquake? We never had an earth tremor. Why do we have IDP camps when there is no natural disaster? Other than the fact that people are being made victims of what they have no knowledge of. In a secular state like Nigeria, where all religions are permitted to be practiced, this ought not to be allowed. This ought not to be allowed at all. Our government have a duty. Now, when you live in a country like that, where you don't know what becomes of you the next day, you go out, you don't know if you're going to come back. When you go to church, you're not sure if you're going to come back. When you live in such a country, it's almost as if there's no government. And because the first responsibility of government is security of lives and properties. That's the first responsibility of government, whether at the federal level, at the state level, or at the local government level. Because the population don't have access to arms. But unfortunately, some of these bandits, some of these terrorists, some of these extremists, they are carrying AK-47s, and you wonder where did they get them from. In fact, it's unfortunate that at a point in Nigeria, there was even a local government in Borno State where Boko Haram drove all our Nigerian security forces and put their flag there. It's very unfortunate. And the government of Nigeria needs to do something quickly. Otherwise, where this is taking us to, we do not know. This has to come to an end. The ADP camps need to be emptied. Let people go back to their homes. Let people go back to their villages. Let people go back to their farmlands. Let people go back to their habitations so that they can live normal lives. So they can live the life they are supposed to live on earth.
Oh na 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 na. Watch it out. Watch me far away. See me far away, Shabada. Tell me what you saw. I will show you what I have. Because I have myself. Then think say na defense. Make you watch my back. Now wait till you they see. Yeah. Unless you have the sense. So go like to pretend. Do not run away. Kind of over than you. That is why I say. That is why I say. That is why I thought. That is why I say. That is why I say. That is why I know. Ohaneze Ndigo, how na day? I don't come to speak my mind. With no delay, let them know say una eyes clear about una way. Watch out, many things they happen in that country you did. So, some people trouble up on people every day. Even when you did, you go talk say you know they. I need to understand why this one happens. I need to understand why the truth apart. The promise that we go and nationalize. The promise we will live and no complaints. Somewhere, watch me far away. Watch me far away. See me far away. Tell me what you saw. I will show you what I have. Because I have myself, oh, then things say na defense, oh. Make you watch my back. Now wait till you they see, yeah. Unless you have the sense, so you go like to pretend, oh. Do not run away from me. Kind of somebody, that is why I say, that is why I say, that is why I talk. That is why I say, that is why I say, that is why I am. Samara, ta, kick it out. I come back again to tell people say, now here we day. We don't come to stay. I say no retreat, no surrender. We're living big, but no array. Look at the soldiers killing innocent Biafrans every day. Look at the Islamists killing innocent Christians every day. It's depending on you, it's depending on you, it's depending on you. Chupoki Kogama, Ataranya say you maka, Ataranya say you maka. I know Ginaka, that is why I say, that is why I talk, that is why I know, that is why I say, that is why I talk, that is why I Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, Umu Biafra nile, ayisigi gabaniru, Onya kaya kocha, Weli feneme, Onye naya netuno hine, Chuku pa mawaja. You are whiter than snow, Oku kibesio. We stand where you stand, we say no secret trial. Onyinye Chukwu, Ezosika, Osiki, Ohamadike, no secret trial. Prophet Yahweh's young, Osiki, Ohamadike, Osiki, Jisike, Mazus, Ejike, Kone, Osiki. One day, put a DJ, Sipa, no well if a name, oh, well if an affair, oh, well if an actor. Yes, one name, Victor, Chinedu, Okorochuku, Igbo Network Television, London, Osiki, Jisike. Na hapuge nazu Umu Biafra nile Gedine nuwa Asiki gabaniru No secret trial No secret trial No secret trial No secret trial. Hey! Watch me far away See me far away Tell me what you saw I will show you what I have because I have myself. Oh, then things say na defense. Oh, make you watch my back. Now wait till you they see, yeah. Unless you have the sense, oh, you go like to pretend. Oh, do not run away from me. Find us over you. That is why I say. That is why I say. That is why I thought Biafra Natago. That is why I say that is why I say that is why I know. That is why I say that is why I say that is why I thought Biafra Natago. That is why I say that is why I say.
Good morning, good afternoon, good evening, and good night, great Biafrans and lovers of freedom. This is Radio Biafra House of Service coming to you through Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Jonathan Chinedu from Alo province of Biafra Land, and we are here live and direct. Today is the 15th day of November 2025. Therefore, I welcome each and every one of you to welcome your friends and well-wishers to this sacred platform where we preach the gospel of both mental and physical emancipation. Therefore, the time has come for you to tune in and inform those around you, for them to also tune in, because we have multiple platforms. In Biafra land, we have FM in different parts of Biafra land. CHK 102.1, CHK 102.1 in different parts of Biafra land, which you can be listening through FM. Also, you can download IPOB Community Radio. IPOB Community Radio is a very low data consuming application with which you can use in order to listen to Radio Biafra. Is a very low data consuming application. You can download it on your Google application. I mean Play Store, on your Play Store, and you'll be listening. Also, we are on Radio Garden. You can also download Radio Garden and Simple Radio. Once you download these two different applications, Radio Garden, Simple Radio, now you search for Radio Biafra London and you will get us there. Therefore, you have no excuse not to listen to this gospel. This is the real gospel. Please. We are also on our mother page. You can log in www.ipob.org, www.ipob.org. Once you are in there, you are logged in. Now you click on live broadcasts and also you'll be listening. We are also on different forms, in different platforms on the social media, BTV, IPOB Rapture Media, the Biafra Digest, different platforms, on YouTube, on X. Please disseminate the gospel, because this is what we need. This is the most important thing prior to our physical emancipation. Without mental liberation, there will be no genuine physical emancipation. That is it. Therefore, today being Saturday, is a day that is mapped out for us to discuss on religious issues, but it is kind of waived for the meantime, so that we continue on the burning issues at hand. That is why we must continue, and I am here with my comrade on the studio, so that please, I'll bring him in order for him to make an introductory statement before we continue, because we are going to continue on the series of the Sokoto Caliphate manipulations, please. The Sokoto Caliphate manipulations of the indigenous people. Mazi, please, over to you. Come in and make your introductory statements, please. There we go. Mazi, are you there? Go on, please, go on.
Mazi. Ana gaida ‘yan uwanmu Hausawa da kuma duk ‘yan asali ta Najeriya duk inda kuke, ko Bahaushe ne, ko Babarbare ne, ko kai dan Angas ne, ko kai dan Gumai, ko Montokota, ko kowane kabila ne wanda kai dan asali ne, kuma ke ‘yar asali ce ta kasar Najeriya na da ku. Na ma sallama assalamu alaikum da kuma ku musulmai masu yin zaman lafiya wanda ba ku yarda da cewa a yi sulhu da ɗan ta'adda ba, duk ina gaida ku. Alaikum da ku Hausawa, assalamu alaikum, kuma musulmai masu son gaskiya, masu faɗan gaskiya. Da mun san cewa akwai wasu limamu masu faɗan gaskiya, shi yasa ko a nan Radio Biafra ba mu magana akan musulunci kamar addini, amma muna magana akan mutanen da ke amfani da musulunci don cin zarafin mutane. Kabila masu amfani da musulunci da addinai daban-daban don cin zarafin mutane, don cin amana da su muke yi. Kuma shi yasa ba za mu bari ba har sai kowa ya samu yancin kansa. Domin ba za mu zauna a yi shiru ana cin zarafin mutane ba, ana wulakanta da mutane, ana mai da mutane su zama baƙi a kasansu. A ina mu dai muka ce ba za mu yi shiru ba, duk wanda yancinsa aka takura mai yancinsa, IPOB aikinmu ne, zarafinmu ne, damanmu ne. Ya kamata mu yi magana a kansa don kowa ya samu zarafinsa, don kowa ya samu yancin kansa. Shi muke yi, kuma shi ba za mu bari ba. So thank you very much for those listening to us. Even though I know it's not everybody in the northern Nigeria or the indigenous people or the middle belt, it's not all of them that communicate in Hausa, so we're going to mix it. My name is Mazi Obasi. And we are greeting all of you who are listening to us. We are here to liberate everyone. We are here to speak for those whose liberty are being trampled upon, whose lives are being taken, and all the indigenous people, whatever tribe they are, whether they are Hausa, whether they are Batawa, whether they are Gmai, whether they are Tarok, whether they are Ngas, which is the tribe of Yakubu Gowon. Whichever tribe you are, as long as you are an indigenous person in the current geographical location we all refer to as Nigeria, the duty of IPOB is to speak for you when your rights are being trampled on, when you are being enslaved in your own land, and when you are being shut up. So as we greet the Hausa-speaking people who are not necessarily Muslim, we greet them Ahokum and we greet them in Hausa. We also greet the Muslims, our Hausa people who are Muslims. And we say Salamu Alaikum to all of them. The reason we are saying this is because our discussion, our conversation have never been really entirely about Islam as a religion. It has always been about those who have used Islam as an umbrella, a false umbrella under which they want to subjugate other people that they, in the name of that religion. And these people are the Fulani people. We all know them. And the Fulani Caliphate is represented by the Sultan of Sokoto, the Sultan of Sokoto. And that is what we are doing. We have no problem with Islam as a religion. We have problem with those who are using religion as a means to enslave other people and trample upon their rights. So as we go on, I'm sure we are all going to be able to have one or two inputs. And please be attentive when the numbers are going to be announced so that you can call. It is your right to call and make your opinion known, and we shall listen to you. Thank you very much.
There, well, thank you very much, Mazi Abasi. And we must continue. Just as you said, IPOB, we are here to make sure that we, including every indigenous populations, be liberated. Because normally, yes. Oh, sorry, you are not hearing me. Can you hear me now? Yes, I've been speaking. Can you hear me now?
Okay, all right.
Okay. So, as you said, IPOB, we are here in order to make sure that all the indigenous populations are liberated, because we believe that all men are born equal. Every human being is born equal. And we have the right to life. Every human being has the right to life. But the Sokoto Caliphate is denying this right to the indigenous people, mostly in the northern part of Nigeria, because of religion. They're hiding under religion. They can hide under North. They can hide under one Nigeria in order to commit their crimes. The bottom line is that they are doing what they are doing is colonization that was started by Ottoman Danfodio in 1804, the colonization of Hausa land, of the indigenous people in the north. That is what is going on. Now, there is a clip I played, but Mazi, I want you to also listen to it. So this clip by a Hausa lady, please. I am happy that some of them are now trying to understand what the caliphate, what the Fulani Caliphate has done to them and is still doing to them. Mazi, please, let us listen to this. Before even later, I will read some news headline, but please, let us listen to this. Remember, we are talking about the Sokoto Caliphate manipulations of the indigenous people in the north. That is the Fulani Caliphate, because Sokoto Caliphate is the Fulani Caliphate. It was renamed as Sokoto Caliphate by the Fulani, by Ottoman Danfodio, that formed the Caliphate after using religion to manipulate Hausas in order to kill Hausas, to kill themselves, so that he will become the winner. Please listen.
Hiding under Islam. They are confusing our people, especially the Hausas.
This is a Hausa lady, please, speaking. He said the Fulani is hiding under religion in order to manipulate the Hausas. And that is true. That is what Ottoman Danfodio started. Before the coming of Ottoman Danfodio, remember, many Hausas, they were Muslims, but they live side by side with their brothers that are non-Muslims as of that time. So, it is still the Fulani Ottoman Danfodio that came. He started preaching hatred. When he was allowed to preach in the king's palace, because that is where people gather. Hausa people, Hausa men and women gather to listen to him, and he brainwashed them. King Yufa was not attentive. He brainwashed them into turning against themselves. Just continue listening, please.
Confusing our people, especially the houses. They are confusing our people. All the imams in Nigeria, especially the northern part of Nigeria, all of them are Fulanis. They are confusing our people.
Why do you think that they selected, as she said, most of the imams in the northern part of Nigeria to be Fulani? Because these are the people, as an imam, you are controlling the mindset of people. Exactly the same thing when it comes to the south. The Yorubas are the major Dadijio, the major pastors, controlling the mindset of our people, and it is very dangerous for Biafrans. I want to be comparing these two, please. It's very, very dangerous. Because these are the people you are so-called the spiritual fathers. They are in charge of the adherents' mentality or mental state, psyche. Because for you, God has called them. For you, they have authority from God. So their words becomes a command from Allah. That is why the Fulani, why they majored in propagating or putting Fulanis as the major imams in the northern Nigeria. Are you getting it now? These are the caliphate manipulations. I am telling you. Continue listening.
Because they don't want us to think for ourselves. They always want us, anything they tell us, whether good or bad, we should just follow them.
Because they don't want the Hausas and other indigenous Muslims to think for themselves. Do you see that? This girl, if you see the video, is a very small, very young girl. Anyway, but she is making a lot of sense. It's an Hausa girl. You say, why they put, it's a Muslim, for your information. The caliphate put them so that they will not allow you to have the mindset of your own. It's happening to our people. The Jews are Yorubas. Are you getting it? Imagine our people that are inside the churches of, is it Adebayo, what are they? No, Adebayo. That said there is, those people that said there is nothing like Christian genocide. Do you think that the members, being it from Mehamufu, being him from Plateau State, I mean the church members, what do you think that they will do? They will do nothing. They will accept it. Because it intimidates them that God have said, it is God. They are seeing the man as God. The same way the caliphate is using the imams, controlling the minds, the mindset of Hausa Muslims and other indigenous population. Because these are the people they preach in the mosque for them. Look at people like Sheikh Gumi, that animal. Look at them. Look at them. These are the people that they put on top of the indigenous people, controlling their minds, their mindset. Please, continue listening.
Houses. They are confusing our people. All the imams in Nigeria, especially the northern part of Nigeria, all of them are Fulanis. They are confusing our people because they don't want us to think for ourselves. They always want us, anything they tell us, whether good or bad, we should just follow them. This thing, it has to come to an end. Gaskiya. So Hausa people, please and please, my people, you people you have to differentiate between religion and culture and language. We have to differentiate that.
He said he is calling on the Hausa people, her people, in order to differentiate between religion. You know, for the people, I mean for Hausa people to start thinking for themselves. Please. I want to regulate something. Please, just 1 second. Let me regulate something and come back, because just 1 second.
Under Islam, they are confusing our people, especially the houses. They are confusing our people. All the imams in Nigeria, especially the northern part of Nigeria, all of them are Fulanis. They are confusing our people because they don't want us to think for ourselves. They always want us, anything they tell us, whether good or bad, we should just follow them. This thing, it has to come to an end. Gaskiya. So Hausa people, please and please, my people, you people you have to differentiate between religion, not matter of Islam, because they even put hate on us. Anybody that is not Muslim, we should not like him, especially the people that are Christian or any religion that are Hausas. They call us Maguzawa, non-religionists, and it's a lie. Just it's a propaganda because they want to rule us every day. We are like a slave to them. It's not that enough. Now they are killing our people each and every day. They are killing our people each and every day. And their people are not talking. Minister, everything has to do with politics. They are the one. Katsina is Hausa land. The people that are doing governor, like the one I know since I grew up, all of them are Fulanis. The 4 governors are Fulanis.
Okay, please. Welcome back. I want to go back to playing because I noticed that what's talking is not coming out, is not what is being played on BTV. That is why I have to stop to regulate something. So, as I was saying, remember that we are talking about the Fulani manipulations, please. And do not forget that today is the 15th day of November 2025. We are on this series of the Fulani, the Sokoto Caliphate manipulations. And I'm playing the clip, the voice of a Hausa girl that is talking to her people. Please, let us continue. Continue listening, please.
Differentiate between religion and culture and language.
You know, this thing that this girl is talking about, he is calling his people to differentiate between religion and culture and language. The Sokoto Caliphate, this is what the Sokoto Caliphate do not want them to distinguish. They join everything together in order to use it as weapon. And the people are not observant. I mean the Hausas. You know, when I say the Hausas, the indigenous people in the north that are Muslims also, they are not observant. That is why the Caliphate is using them. Using all these as tools, religion. So the Caliphate spreads hatred. The same way, don't you see how the Caliphate also spread that type of hatred against Igbo people for no reason? They spread general hatred. They rally the indigenous populations in Nigeria to hate Igbos, so that, you know, they isolate the people that are able to understand their machinations and rise up against them. Now they rally other people, other indigenous people, they rally them through different guys in order to hit and continue hitting the Igbos. That is what these people are doing. That is why, you know, this issue of Christian genocide, it is by the Caliphate. Yes. If you are not so observant or so careful, you will treat Islamization, mix it up with Fulanization. Are you getting? You know, I try to spend the time explaining this because many people do not still understand. There is a very huge difference between Fulanization, that is colonization by the Fulani Caliphate. Now they hide under the guise of Islamization. That, oh, they are you know, when they talk about Islamization, jihadism, when the Fulani talk about it, they carry along other non-Fulani Muslims, the indigenous population. They say, yes, it's our religion. Do you see? It's a very fine line. That is what the Caliphate is exploiting, because people are not able to differentiate, to distinguish. It is now dawning on some Hausa and some indigenous populations in the north to understand the ploy of the Fulani Caliphate, the Sokoto Caliphate. And that is also courtesy of Radio Biafra. And we continue educating people to make them to understand that, look, there is a difference between Islamization, which everybody, you know, non-Muslims in Nigeria, indigenous population are shouting, and the Fulanization. What they are doing, they first of all Islamize the non-Muslims, using the Muslim non-Fulani as their backup. Now they use them, after using them, Islamizing, decapitating the Christians in their communities. Now they turn against the Fulani Caliphate, now turn against the Muslim indigenous population. That is what they are doing. And that is why, you know, like somebody like Gumi, now they use it as a point, just in order to, you know, counter Donald Trump. They say, no, it is not only Muslims that are, it is not only Christians that are being killed. Muslims also. Because it is to their advantage. All is to the advantage of the Caliphate. Are you getting me? Now, if somebody is saying, okay, Muslims are being killed by the same terrorists, now, and the terrorists, Donald Trump say, I want to hit the terrorists. I think he's killing Muslims also. America will come against them. Now, but these people are defending the terrorists. Don't you see that there is something awkward? There is something awkward by this Fulani. They now use Islamic sentiment to activate even other Muslims which are also suffering the same genocide from the Fulani, in order to say, look at what Gumi, he said no, that it is now Islam's to rise up and forget about their differences, make peace, because Donald Trump is coming as a Christian to defend Christianity. Do you see? So these people, they are they cover everywhere so that any side becomes their advantage. Anyhow you turn, it becomes the advantage. Do you see that? They are the people, the caliphate. Sheikh Gumi with his army, with his fighters, of which there was a place he said he mistakenly called the terrorists his fighters. I think it's in Hausa language. Our fighters. After he tried to correct it, but they have cut up. So you know, if these are the problems, now why are you now steering religious? When you look at him, when you listen to Sheikh Gumi, in one way he tell you that these people, they are not about religion, these terrorists, because they smoke, they sniff drug, they do this, they are not about. Now, you know, Trump said, I want to hit them. He didn't say I want to attack Muslims. No. He said, I want to hit these terrorists that are troubling everybody. Now you see people coming to defend them. Don't you see that there's something awkward there? There's something they are hiding. Because these terrorists are the Fulani soldiers. If you are not so careful, you will not distinguish. And these are the tricks they have been using against the Hausas. They say, we are almost, look at now, in order to counter Trump, they are now, people like that animal, Gumi, is now calling on Muslims, whether Izala, because he is the commander. He is the commander of Izala. This terrorist is their commander. He is now calling everybody, those that they are killing, the Muslims that they are killing, to don't forget about that we are killing you. Let us rise up and defend Islam. Do you see how they think they are smart? That is what the people should understand. That is why it pains my heart when many people in Yoruba land will be defending, because of maybe another 4-year term of Tinubu, a Yoruba man, just to be in power. They are defending A4. Let me finish playing this so that I'll bring Mazi up. Please, let me finish playing this.
We have to differentiate that, because we mix everything together. We mix Islam, we mix everything, we mix religion, not matter of Islam, because they even put hate on us. Anybody that is not Muslim, we should not like him, especially the people that are Christian or any religion.
That is what the Fulani, they are preaching. Those imams, they are telling them in the mosques. Those that the Muslim, the non-Fulani Muslim, the indigenous population, they incite a hatred against even their own brothers that are non-Muslims. They use their own brothers that are Muslim, putting hatred on them. These are the machination, these are the manipulations of the Sokoto Caliphate, and that is how they have been spreading. But IPOB is here to stop them, honestly. You see, the Sokoto Caliphate, it must be dismantled. So they combine all this together. Now, when they preach hatred. They say, it doesn't matter, even if it's your brother, but he's not a Muslim, he's not a Muslim, he's an infidel. You can even kill him. So when they groom people right from childhood with this type of hatred, even when you see the non-Fulani Muslims that are also complicit in all this, it is this manipulation. But after all, once they eliminate all those non-Muslims, now they turn against, now they make it tribal. They turn against the non-Fulani Muslims that helped them. If you study history, you see that is the way they killed Afonja. Afonja invited the Fulani to come and help him to, depose, to kill his brother, the king, that time in 19th century, so that he will take over power. They told him, they sent message to him that we cannot help infidel unless you people, you and your people that want to help turn to Islam. He said no problem, they will turn. Now the Fulani came, they help him fight against his own brother. That is why inviting a foreigner into your brotherly fray, into your brotherly fight is very dangerous. It's ignorance. When the Fulani finished killing his brother, the king, a Yoruba man that was the Oba of Ilorin, you know what? He said, tell them, say, okay, thank you very much. Now you can go take your booties as much as you can go back. They told him, you are an idiot. Do you think that we come here to joke? When we help you after we leave, they turn around and killed him and took over. And that is how they are in charge of a Ilorin today. That is what they do. They go to, these are the characters, the manipulations of a colonizer. When they come, they turn your brother, they turn you against your brother. They use religion, turn you against your brother. Now, you now take them, foreigners, as your brother, against your blood brother. When they finish eliminating you, when you finish eliminating that your brother, you think that you have new people, foreigners as your brothers, because you are with them as one religion. They will turn against you and kill you and take over the land. That is what the Fulani has been doing. But the Hausa people, their eyes are beginning to open. They're now trying to understand. It's not a day job, but it is fitting. So continue listening, please.
They call us Maguzawa, non-religionists, and it's a lie. It's a propaganda, because they want to rule us every day. We are like a slave to them. It's not that enough. Now they are killing our people each and every day. They are killing our people each and every day, and their people are not talking. Minister, everything has to do with politics. They are the one. Katsina is Hausa land. The people that are doing governor, like the one I know since I grew up, all of them are Fulanis. The 4 governors are Fulanis. Why?
Anywhere they are, they insert. You see these people, they put their people on political top, governors, senators, to represent the people. The people are the conquered, the indigenous population. Also, they put their own Fulani as imams. So they captured these two sides that controls human being. Political side, religious side. Now the population becomes the slave. Do you see that? That is why also our people, if you are hearing my voice, don't say that it is a tribalism. You call it tribalism, call it anything. Yes, we should be tribal. We should be proud of our tribes. That is our nationality. That is it. If you and an Igbo man is paying allegiance, you are that the Jew is a Yoruba person, you are lost. I'm telling you honestly, you are lost. Take it to the bank. It doesn't, it's only our people that tribalism. Be proud to say that, yes, all of us, they themselves that are talking, labeling you as a tribalist, they are more tribalist than you. Look at how they are defending evil because their brother is in power. Just look at it. Look at it. So what they do, they fix their people on these two fronts, two hierarchies, two fronts that control the mindset of people: political side and religion. Finish. The people are finished. In our own case, that is why the caliphate, they always impose governors to us. The people they sanction, the people, the people they allow. That is why you see, don't you see Soludo? He has gotten second term because of what they told him, the condition they gave to him, and he fulfilled it. That he must come out and talk openly. He's the only governor, I think he's the only governor that spoke openly against Donald Trump. That they're calling that, Christians are killing Christians in the Southeast. Why? This is a condition they gave to him, the caliphate, in order for them to give him the second term. And when our people in Anambra think that, it is your vote that made him, no, come on, shut up. He said, you are ignorant. So this is how the caliphate works. In as much as they cannot impose a Fulani direct Osman Gumi on us as a governor, as a senator, they now choose Igbo man, Igbo people, and groom them, condition them, and give them power over us. That is what we are suffering. So when you are hearing this lady lamenting, it is also the same thing that we are suffering as Biafrans. Continue listening, please.
It's only one house. All of them are Fulani. Even vice governor is Fulani.
So what am I trying to say there? The Fulani manipulations. That is what you are seeing. The Christian genocide is real. But when they talk about the Muslims being killed, yes, Muslims are being killed. It is double. The terrorists are committing genocide against Christians. Now, after the people that help them, the non-Muslims, they also remove them. They also kill them because they are not Fulani. You see that? They are not Fulani. So after helping them to get what they want generally, now they now go their own, say, okay, these people, they are Muslims, but they are not Fulani. So we have used them as Muslims. Now they need to give way. And they scatter them, they kill them. This is what is going on. Mazi Obase, please, you can come in what I played. Mazi, please, over to you for the meantime.
Thank you very much, Mazi Jonathan. This lady has spoken, now is an era of enlightenment. And everybody is thinking. Everybody is thinking. Everybody's mind is working. And what this lady has said, you can see it is something that she has observed and come to a conclusion that now something is off. And that is the beauty of what we are doing here, and that's why we must not stop. I want to draw our attention to something so that I can link it back to this. For us to understand the level of sophistication of this sultanate and those people that think for them. They gather information, they know what's about to happen, and they begin to take steps. You remember that sometime in March this year, Alhaji Mujahid Asare Dokubo, the Amayanabo of LM Kalabari in Rivers State. The March this year, I don't remember the exact date, he was appointed the President General of Supreme Council of Islamic Affairs, in Southeast and South-South. Now, do you remember that?
Of course I do.
Good, good. Now, let's look back in the 1800s. What was the accusation that Osman Danfodio used to remove Serkin Yonfa, the Serkin Hausawa at that time? One of the major accusations is that he is Mazi, which is what this lady just said. They call Maguzawa. Maguzawa simply traditionalists, basically. Traditionalists, what the Christians would like to refer to as idol worshippers. He accused Serkin Yonfa of not being a true Muslim because he still practices his Hausa tradition. Now, the reason I had to mention the title of Asari Dokubo alongside his other title as Alhaji is for us to understand that Asari Dokubo is a traditional ruler of a people that are majority, not Muslim, but traditionalists. And we have seen him so many times performing acts that shows that he is a traditionalist. The same thing that Serkin Yonfa was, and he was killed and removed. Asari Dokubo is, and he was appointed the President General of Islamic Supreme Council Affairs in the South, which is basically in the Biafra region. Now, here is the interesting part. You realize that it's not as if they do not know that he's a traditionalist that practices Islam alongside. It's not as if, by their estimation, that they do not know that he's not qualified, at least based on what they preach. But they needed a tool to use for a time like this. If you come to the Southwest, you don't have a President General of the Supreme Council of Islam, of Islamic Affairs. If you look at that title, is a title that is reserved for the whole Nigeria, reserved for the Sultan of Sokoto. But in the case of Asari Dokubo, in order to be able to boost his ego, they gave him that title without any registered organization. They just announced it to him. When it comes to the Southwest Nigeria, you have the MUSWEN, the Muslim Ummah of Southwest Nigeria. Now, this Muslim Ummah of Southwest Nigeria is a part of the larger body of NSCI, which is the National Supreme Council of Islamic Affairs, which is headed by Sultan Sokoto, is part of that organization. It's not a regional organization per se. It's part of the whole organization. And the president of that organization, the head of it in the Southwest, is a deputy president general, South. Let me put this very simple. They have a big umbrella organization for which Sultan Sokoto is the head. Now, the one representing South, which is in charge of the Muslim Ummah of Southwest, is a deputy in the whole national body for the South. When we talk about South, when the Nigerians tell you South, they are Southwest and what they call South and Southeast. All. But now, they now created something small for the Kubo to make him feel he belongs. And they say, okay, you are now in charge of Southeast and South. This deputy, Alhaji Rasaki Oladejo, which is the head of that of Southwest, and Vice President General representing the entire South. So this one that they put Dokubo to be in charge, is he in charge under this Alhaji Rasaki? Or is he in charge on his own? Or is he in charge under the Sultanate? Now, for you to and he says that they are calling on the government to confront this so-called bandit, the planet terrorists, so that there will be peace. That after all, he is not asking for something that has never been done before. He is not asking for something that has never been before to be done. That's it. Bawemuna, Babidi Abani is not a new thing. It was done to the Niger Delta. The same thing was done for the Niger Delta. Why can't that be done to the bandits, the terrorists? Now, let me start by saying that we would like to refer to oil producing area. They have been, water has been polluted. They have no schools. Moving from
Mazi, I don't know. Your voice is cracking. Please, can you change position a bit? Go on, go on. Go on. We want to catch every word you say, please. Go on.
Okay now?
Yeah, go on. Let's see. Go on.
Is it okay now?
Yes, it's better. It's highly better now. Yes.
Thank you. Now, now, I was saying, let us understand that this man is equating the activities of the Fulani of the oil producing area of Nigeria. I don't remember the night that going into any community, killing people, burning down houses, and I have never heard that. Now, Sheikh Gumi is equating the Fulani terrorists with the Niger Delta people. A move that was practically led by Alhaji Mujahid Asad Okubo. The movement that he was a key figure in it. As this has been said by the same people who honored him to be the President General of the Islamic Supreme Council of Islamic Affairs in South, South, and Southeast, as they want us to refer to it. Will he have the courage to be able to step out and say, no, don't do that. No, don't do that. The movement that I led had a moral backing. The movement that I led has a very fundamental reason behind it. We were youth. We were dumb. We were being taken advantage of. Our resources were being taken and we have nothing to show for it. Lives are being lost every day because we don't have structure. Even though we know in the end of the day, he took advantage of that and made themselves billionaires and the people are still suffering. That aside. But at least will he have to come out and at least defend for the sake of morality that you cannot equate the Niger Delta movement with your terrorist activities of the Fulani people? What is that thing that Sheikh Gumi will tell us today that this is how the Fulanis were being treated badly, for which they have to take arm and kill everybody, and they have to now be compensated for killing everybody and say, please, we beg you, don't kill again, take money, take position, take over the Nigerian army so that there will be peace. But you know why the Kubo will not speak? Because he has been trapped into that false narrative of religion. He has been put under that umbrella for which if you speak, it's as if you are speaking against your religion. But what they have done is to rope him in, and historically, one day, it will be said that when certain Islamic scholars, equated the Fulani terrorism with the Niger Delta movement, there was nobody from Niger Delta who was able to come out and say, no, it's not true. Even the leaders of the movement at that time, they were still alive and healthy, and none of them came to counter it. And because of that, it is true. In the future, people are going to make reference to that. So will you accept that the Niger Delta guys, the Avengers and the rest of them, that they were or they did, how many, which community have they ransacked, who have they killed? They only agitated because they were treated badly. And this is why we say that these people are very manipulative. What they are giving you today, you may not understand what they are going to take from you tomorrow. You may not understand it, but they always plan ahead. Like you said, Sheikh Gumi is the head of, in fact, is the founder of the movement called Jamaat Izalat al-Bida Wakana, which is movement that they call Izala, the most violent sect, found in Nigeria. They are the Sunni sect that they can take away the life of anybody as long as you disagree with them. But this is because they are using that and populate. If there is any Islam that you know of that is headed, please call us and tell us which of the Izala mosque. There's no headed by a Fulani. Tell us one. We can't find it because that is what they are using to control everywhere, and they claim superiority over everybody. Mazi, Jonathan, please.
There were Mazi. Do not forget that we are talking about the Sokoto Caliphate's manipulation, and that is what is going on. This report that has been there about the Christian genocide, it is real, but the same Sokoto Caliphate is trying to manipulate every other people using sovereignty of Nigeria, using all kinds of propaganda or the other, in order to make them get what they want. That is how they behave. Now, I want to read this news headlines, some news headlines first, before I play another clip. There is this news headline today, or is today November 15th? Yes. A former minister under Buhari regime from Plateau, Solomon Lalong, he says Plateau is witnessing genocide. 64 communities forcefully taken over. Buhari's minister Solomon Dalong laments. Let me read a bit. This man was a minister under Buhari, Minister of Youth and Sports Development. But because of the position he is, he couldn't make noise about what is happening to his people. Today he's no more in power. He now can talk. Compare it to Daniel Buala. Compare it to him. Daniel Buala is from Borno State, southern Borno. He cannot even go back to his village. He lives he has Canadian passport. His family all lives in Canada. He cannot go back to his house. But he is a person being used by the caliphate. You know, they must find, look for a willing tool and get it. I'm telling you. You know what the caliphate is doing. I'm exposing. You know, Radio Biafra, we expose their manipulation so that you understand. You know, whatever that is being exposed, it should no longer be a secret. What, you know, the caliphate has found out that, look, this Muslim ticket that they engage in, that it is also backfiring. That is the reason why they are scavenging. They have been scavenging for any Christian they can use as, and put him there as the president to replace Tinubu. Because for them, Tinubu, you know, played the first game on them. During the campaign, Tinubu was doing as if he's going to die tomorrow. Very fragile. Every time, even to talk, he will be sleeping. All these are pretense because he knows what he's doing. And these people, they say, I mean the caliphate, they say, okay, don't worry, he's a man. Because we know that once he's there, highest 6 months, he's gone. So Shetima will take over. But they immediately Tinubu took over power. You know, you need to outsmart your enemies. I'm telling you. Immediately Tinubu took over power. Now he shows his real self. That he is 40. He's not even up to 50 in his actions. Now they saw that they have been duped. And this issue of Christian genocide came up. Remember that this is not the first time. When people are talking about this, Donald Trump, during his first time in office, he mentioned it to Buhari about the Christian genocide. So it's something that he knew. When people are being told, you know, manipulate, it is the caliphate that is manipulating. When people are being manipulated that, oh, this is about Trump, want to come and bomb Nigeria, take over Nigeria resources, I laugh. Trump has known this, and it has been one of his policies before even he entered his second time in office. But people tend to forget very easily. He confronted Buhari. That is the reason why also the caliphate sponsored, you know, they pulled their money. They sponsored Kamala Harris, the Democrat presidential candidate. They sponsored Kamala Harris so that to make sure that Trump did not win election. But unfortunately for them, he won. These are the things that are going on. So when people are talking about Trump, this and that now, that it is IPOB that is manipulating, ask them, 2016 or 17, when Trump directly confronted Buhari, late Buhari, in Washington, what happened that time? Is it IPOB? You know, the caliphate, they know how to manipulate people. They, you know, they are masters of manipulation. I said, look at the voice of Buwala. It's Buwala that is representing the Nigerian government now, talking down on this Christian genocide. They use a Christian himself. He goes there. He will tell the world that I'm a Christian. So no genocide is committed again. But I'm a Christian. If anything like that, I will talk. The caliphate understands politics. Are you getting what I'm saying? I say they understand what is real politics. And that is why they are on top. They're using Bola. They are supplying him with any money he wants and he needs. Any type of, you know, comfort he needs. They pump him. Now, do not be surprised that even Jonathan, good luck Jonathan, you know, they talked about bringing him back. It is the caliphate. Don't think that, you know, when they do it, many of our people will say, yes, they support the caliphate. They know when to hitch and run. They know when to stop. They know when to stoop. They know when to lie down. They are highly calculative. But unfortunately, the indigenous people in that Nigeria, they are only driven by sentiment. Do not be surprised if, for example, good luck Jonathan, they bring him out to support him. Yeah, and people will say, yes, this is our... They don't know that they have calculated, the caliphate have calculated everything. When they use Jonathan, for example, to remove power from Chinedu, Jonathan has gone one term before, and under Nigerian constitution, he can only go another one term of 4 years and no more. Our people need to understand how things work. The caliphate, they are wise. When it comes to politics, I respect them. I'm telling you. That is why they're on top. When you try to counter what I'm saying, now I ask you, why then, if you think that they are not politically savvy, why then are they ruling everybody? Explain to me, let me understand. Why are they on top? So let me read Solomon Dalong's statement. A former Minister of Youth and Sports Development under late Muhammadu Buhari's administration, Solomon Dalong, has described the ongoing violence in Plateau State as nothing short of genocide, accusing the authorities of allowing organized criminal elements to take over indigenous communities in what he called a full-blown attempt at ethnic cleansing. He's saying this because he's no more in the government now, in the regime. He was there during the Buhari regime and all these things were happening. Did he say a word? Look at how, when you look at indigenous people in that particular zone called Nigeria, with their short-sightedness, just watch Daniel Buala talking. I don't see a human being in him, honestly. It's normal. These are normal. Look at Reno Mokri. Look at all of them. People that are so cheap, very cheap human beings without dignity. Because of political office, they don't care whether their people are being massacred in wholesale. Look at Soludo. Now he won office. He won another 4-year term. The caliphate has given him another 4-year term. And after 4 years, what happened? Or will it be the end of the world? But they don't think about, okay, the legacy, what they have done. It will continue haunting their people till after their tenure in office. They don't know that. Now, Solomon Dalong is talking. Dalong, who spoke during an interview on News Central, traced the origins of the conflict from political differences to ethnic and religious tensions before evolving into organized criminality. It is not organized criminality, it is complete terrorism with an agenda. People should understand when genocide is committed, there is a reason for that. It is an agenda. There is a demographic change which the Fulani Caliphate, the Sokoto Caliphate, is trying to instill in the whole of Nigeria, starting from the north down to central. That is it. They are trying to establish. When you type list of tribes in Nigeria today and their locations, I am telling you, when you reach to Fulani, you will see that the states they are in, almost all northern states, including some part of Middle Belt, and they will be coming south, including Plateau, which they have never been. These are aliens. They are never indigenous population, but all of a sudden they are getting ground everywhere. So this is the reason of the manipulation, the genocide, in order to install them. Ask yourself, if there is no Christian genocide, why are there refugee camps in Nigeria? No, tell me. Tell me now. Who is occupying their lands, their ancestral lands? In a country, now you have refugee camps, more than 10 million refugees in Nigeria, but it's not making news headlines all the time. More than 10 million refugees, Nigerian internally displaced people. There are. I'm not talking of those that run to Niger Republic, indigenous population, those that are in Cameroon, those that are in Benin Republic. I'm not talking of them. Now you ask yourself, who is occupying their land? That is how reasonable people talk or speak. These people? They left their communities in Plateau, in Benue, in Kogi, in different parts of the northern and central part of Nigeria. Now they are living in another part as in refugees in Bacha. Now, why can't Nigerians ask who is occupying their lands? 1 million people, do you think is a little number of people? Talk less of going 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10 million individuals living in refugee camps. But the government is not talking about, the Nigerian news media is not shining light on it. Why? Because of the Sokoto Caliphate manipulations. This is what they are doing. Now, Solomon Dalong, who has been part of the system that also committed or has been committing genocide against his people, today is talking. Do you know why I call these people? They are never dignified human beings. Do you know that during his term in office as a Minister of Youth and Sports Development, he could have been shouting about what is happening and resigned that no, I cannot be part of the government that is allowing the killing of my people. Genocide again. That is dignity. He said, no, I cannot be part of it. But he was there, cool down. Now he's no more a minister, he's now talking. This is how bad it is in the mindset of Africans. Very, very bad. I'm telling you. Now another news headline says, kidnapping gangs attack Zakibiam in Benue. Force residents to pay 100,000. Mazi, I don't know whether you want to say something about this before we continue, because we are getting to the other side. Mazi Obasi.
Yes. Yes, Mazi Jonathan.
Yes, I say you wanted to say something. I thought you wanted to say something about before I read another news headline and we go to the other clip.
Okay, Solomon Dalong that you talk about, you see, it's a bit of two things. One, because of the power that he was enjoying that time. Secondly, because where he comes from is one of the most fortified part of the Middle Belt. Solomon Dalong is from Lantan. Sitarokman is from Lantan South, from a place called Sabongida. I happen to even know his family house. Now, these people from that part of Plateau State, they are so fortified that nothing would have happened in that place. Remember that former Pantami, the Minister for Digital and Economy. You remember when he was crying and the audio that was leaked, that he was crying and calling on his people to attack Plateau. He was referring to partly where this man come from because of the dealt to their people in Yellow. This I bring this back is to re-emphasize something that that some of the men that we have as a people, indigenous people, is, oh, this is happening in Yellow. Benue, it has not come to my place. Oh, it never reached me. Oh, now that side, you happen for my side. Get that these people, what they are doing is to grab attack from the point of weakness. When they look for the weaker one and move there. But the only way you can ensure your own security, that's when the beard of your neighbor fire, you should water and quench it. Because it may get to yours. And we need to cultivate that. Ku mutanen mu, yan uwan mu mutanen Plateau, mutanen Arewa, da ku yan asali ne. Domin ku muke wannan duk wani maganganun da muke yi kullum mu zo magana ba biyan amma saboda Solomon da Long in suka tarafi a mulki ba su iya magana da musu wanda za su samu su ce ba su iya magana shi yasa mu muke magana shi yasa mu muke kiran ku shi yasa mu muke dawo hankalinku akan abubuwan da ke faruwa a kasar Hausawa, a kasar Plateau, a kasar Arewa. Wa'yansu ku idan ana maganan nan a aninku a zuciyanku dai bai kai wurinku ba, bai kai garinku ba. Ai ni dai ni Tarok ne. Lantan South da Lantan North ba wanda zai iya shiga wurin. To kila gaskiya ne yau. Kila gaskiya ne gobe. Gata fa, idan in suka gama da wuraren da ba su da tsaro, da wuraren da su da karfi, za su samu dama su zo wurinku. Hanya kaɗai ne ta ku iya kare kanku a hannun wa'annan fulanuka wani a so su samu a duniyan nan in ba kashe mutane da kwashe dukiyarsu kasashensu ba. Hanya kaɗai ne, hanya ɗaya kaɗai, kuma shine ku haɗa kai, ku haɗa baki, ku yi taro, ku kare kanku, ku yi taro, ku samu makamai, ku kare kanku. Idan abu na faruwa a Wukari, a Taraba, abu na faruwa a Nasarawa, ya kamata ku san cewa wanda ake musu irin wannan cin adalcin, wanda ake takura musu nan su ma 'yan asali ne kaman ku, 'yan ƙasa na asali ne kaman ku. Shi yasa ya kamata ku haɗa kai, ku haɗa baki, ku samu makamai. In yana faruwa a wani wuri, ku bi su. Idan a wasa ke faruwa, ku je wurin. In a wadata ke faruwa, ku je wurin. In a lafiya ke faruwa, ku je wurin. In a kurmi ke faruwa, ku je wurin. Ku kare yan uwanku. Idan ba haka ba, idan suka gama da su, suka kwashe kasashen su, za su dawo kanku. In a nutshell, for those who do not understand what I said, for you, an indigenous person in the entire North, the reason we do what we do on this radio, we speak, is because people like Dalong, who are enjoying power and the little crumbs from the table of their masters, have their mouths so full that they can't speak for you. Imagine if 10 million people in the entire North were wiped out from the time that Dalong was in power till now that he spoke. Just imagine that, because he's been quiet. That is why we are happy to do what we are doing here. We're not being paid, but we do it for the love of the protection of life and property of every indigenous person. And the other part is, some of you who also think that you come from part of the North where you are secured, nothing will happen to you. Southern Kaduna used to be like that. It used to be a bit secure. Zangon Qatar used to be a bit secure. Kwara in Jos used to be a bit secure. Now what is it? Today, Jos North is looking like it is secure. But an indigenous person within Jos North, cannot comfortably go to Angwanrogo in Jos with peace of mind. He can't. An indigenous person of Plateau who is living in Jos can not comfortably in the evening and say, I am going to Angwarogo. He won't come back. This is not about today, or this is donkey of years. He won't come back. If you make mistakes, that you will be gone. You will not come back. So instead of you to sit somewhere and think that your area is secure, you as indigenous people must put everything aside, put your heads together, have organized kind of security, and protect yourself from these people. When something is happening in Latvia, don't say because you are a Shandam you will not assist. It is your job to go there and protect them. Something is happening in Kurmi, in Dampar. Something is happening in Lantan. Something is happening in Pangshin. Something is happening in Kanke. Anywhere. Something is happening in Southern Kaduna. It is your job. In Benue. Anyway, it's your job to organize yourself. Go and assist those people and ward these idiots off. If not, when they are done with the weaker people, they will now organize themselves and come for you. And by then, you will have no any means of security. And that is why it's important that you listen to the calls. That you are getting the education, the enlightenment that you are getting from this Radio Biafra. It is for your own good. Please, Mark Jonathan.
The position of Solomon Dalong in the former government of Buhari is the same thing is repeating with Daniel Buwala, who is also a Christian, that his people are massacred daily. But today he is going around London.
Mazi, I call him Daniel Iscariot.
Laundering the image of the genociders, the genocidees, is appalling. Mazi, if you are talking, what of governor of Anambra State, Soludo, that is talking rubbish just for him to enter power? Mazi, sometimes in the name you think about these people. I'm telling you, I don't know.
He has been promised to demarcate Peter Obi. That if he demarcates Peter Obi after Tinubu, they will give him the chance. You realize that every polling booth in Anambra was rigged for Soludo, except that of Peter Obi, where he comes from. The polling booth where Peter Obi votes in Anambra was won completely by the APC. It was a deliberate attempt. In fact, it was deliberately engineered that APC should win Peter Obi's polling booth so that he can further humiliate him. So what he's doing, they're promising the same thing. You see, what they do to our people is they bring 20 people and promise them the same thing. And
yes,
they all go and start killing themselves.
Yes, Maz, you are completely right. Maz, that is what they do. That's why I say our people are mbada when it comes to politics. The same promise they give to this person, the caliphate will see, go and give the other person the same promise. Go, more 20 of them give them the same promise, and they continue killing each other. Maz is so bad, but we must continue. Now, let me just go towards reading the second news headline, which where is it? Kidnapping. No, it's still what is happening. Kidnapping gangs attack Zakibiam in Benue. Force residents to pay 100,000 protection fees. How can this be happening in a country that is having a government in Benue? And do you know what? This was on 12th, about 3 days ago, the news headline. Sheikh Gumi accuses middle belt groups of fabricating Christian genocide, burying empty coffins. That's why, I call this man an animal. This man is supposed not to even move out of Nigeria. I'm telling you honestly. He is supposed to be caged. By now, he's supposed to be inside. I don't know. Look at Mazi Nnamdi Kanu languishing in DSS dungeon with the Igbo hatred of Yorubas and others. They allow this, but somebody, an animal that is killing them. Mazi, I don't know why Africans hate, they hate their Messiah and they love their killers. I am telling you honestly. Mazi, I think whether it's natural instinct or programmed, Africans, they love their killers, they worship their killers. Look at the Mazi, all this time of the escalation of Fulani killings everywhere. Every time they flood, both in the Yoruba land or in every part of Nigeria. Oh, Fulani, they are killing us. Oh, they have killed how many people? Oh, these are Fulani. Oh no, they continue sending out videos on in the social media space. But do something about it. They'll tell you, no, Igbo man, no. They don't want to do, no. For Biafra to go, no. This is what they are being used. Look at Sheikh Gumi accusing middle belt groups of fabricating Christian genocide, burying empty coffins. If you are a victim of this, if your people were massacred by this Fulani, and you hear this man saying this type of thing, insensitive to people's sentiments or people's grief, how do you come and say no, one Nigeria must be one, there is a unity of Nigeria? How can you coordinate Nigeria with this type of hatred, with this type of insensitivity? It is a question I ask people. But the caliphate, the Sokoto Caliphate, has manipulated or is still manipulating the indigenous people in Nigeria because they have seen, they notice something, that the indigenous people occupying that space, they are foolish. That is my simple conclusion. The caliphate, you see, they have concluded that look, the indigenous people that are occupying that place that we call Nigeria today, they are foolish. They are fools. They can be easily manipulated. Otherwise, how can a whole tribe, a Hausa race, be manipulated by one Fulani person, Othman Danfodio, and they fell? It surprised him after 4 years of war. And not that Othman Danfodio came with Fulanis or like him. No. He used religion, manipulated, just like what the Hausa girl lady was saying, that they use religion to manipulate them. So it is now time for them, in order to do what? To differentiate between religion and custom and language and all these things, that the Fulani have been pumping hatred to them, so that they hate their brothers and they hate other non-Muslims, like the Igbos and others. So, the people, the caliphate, they are seeing that the people in that area are fools. They are manipulable, easily manipulated. And the people that they saw that can resist them, that is Biafrans, they now rally every other indigenous population to hate them. That is the manipulations of the Sokoto Caliphate. Now, let me play this clip before I open the line, so that Mazi, you can also talk about it. Mazi, Obasi, I hope you are hearing me, right?
Yes, loud and clear.
Okay, good. Okay, please, let me play the clip. This is some time ago. One of the kings in Benue State, the Tor TV, what he said, Professor James Ayase, this is what he said. Just listen.
Concern about the misinformation. And misrepresentation of the security crisis in Benue State. Your Excellencies, it is not herder farmers clashes.
He was addressing Tinubu, for your information. He was addressing Tinubu during his visit after the massacre, the genocide committed against his people in Benue. That is it. This is one of the Christian genocides. Please go on listening, please. Let me start afresh.
Concern about the misinformation and misrepresentation of the security crisis in Benue State. Your Excellencies, it is not herder farmers clashes. It's not communal clashes. It's not repressor attacks or skirmishes. It is this misinformation that has led to suggestions such as remain tolerant, negotiate for peace, learn to live with your neighbors. What we are dealing with here is saying about the misinformation and misrepresentation of the security crisis in Benue State. Your Excellencies, it is not herder farmers clashes. It's not communal clashes. It's not repressor attacks or skirmishes. It is this misinformation that has led to suggestions such as remain tolerant, negotiate for peace, learn to live with your neighbors. What we are dealing with here in Benue is a calculated, well-planned, full-scale genocidal invasion and land-grabbing campaign by herder terrorists and bandits, which has been on for decades and is worsening every year. Wrong diagnosis will always lead to wrong treatment. So we are dealing with something far more sinister than we think about. It's not learning to live with your neighbors. It is dealing with a war. The second apprehension, Your Excellency, we have is the politicization of the crisis. Politicians in the states are busy politicizing the crisis, passing blames instead of joining hands to address the crisis. We hear there are some politicians who would even prefer that the crisis should worsen so that it will be a basis for declaration of a state of emergency in Benue State. Your Excellency, this is unfortunate, and any politicians that prays for more people to die for such a project is against the wishes of the people of Benue State. Appeal. Your Excellency, Benue State has made a lot of sacrifices to keep this country united. Many of our people died during the Civil War. We paid the supreme price for this country to keep this country united. Why should we be treated like this? This, what you have come to condone us, is just one in a series of several massacres in this state. What has Benue State done?
Okay, Mazi, before you come in, please. He asked, what has Benue done? Benue, although it's a state now, but it comprises some tribes. What they have done is the caliphate manipulated them, among other people, in order to, they use Nigeria sentiment to manipulate them to kill Biafrans during 1967 to 70 genocidal war save Nigeria, Nigeria is their country, this and that, and they isolated and they killed Biafrans in the name of saving Nigeria. The same Nigeria now, after getting their Nigeria, which they think is for all of them, the Fulani start committing the genocide against them in order to let them understand that Nigeria is not for all of us, it's not for all of them, it is for the Fulani. That is what they have done. So this man is telling Tinubu, or was telling Tinubu, that it is not farmers headers clash as being portrayed by BBC and other news media, because BBC is going down. BBC is going down. What they did to Trump, Donald Trump, it is ricochetting, it's going down. You know, I think their director has resigned because of that scandal. Editing, turning black into white and turning white into black. That is BBC. So BBC have been portraying the genocide that is going on in Nigeria by the terrorists as farmers headers clash because of climate change, this and that. He said no, it is not that, and he's right. So you know, these are the Fulani manipulations. They continue pumping money to send out the narrative that it is farmers headers clash. It is being caused by the climate, blame climate. But when he said it, he told Donald Trump, the same reply that no, there is no Christian genocide in Nigeria. It was what is going on is farmers headers clash being caused by climate change. Have people forgotten? These are their manipulations. They spend money to push it. They lobby. They pay international lobbies. You know, Tony Blair is a lobbying. He's a lobbyist. He has a lobbying firm with others. They pay them heavy amount of money in order to push the narrative. So that when you hear it in CNN, you don't think that it is just normal. Oh, they just say it like no. People lobby for it. That is why, you know, actually we have been calling for indigenous population to rise up against this caliphate. Stop being manipulated to hate Igbos, to hate Biafrans. No. These people are spending looted money on lobbying. As that animal, Gumi, what he's saying, accusing middle belt of faking the genocide, that they are burying empty coffins. As this man said, that look, wrong diagnosis leads to wrong medication. This is Fulani. It is Fulani manipulation. They manipulate people to make wrong decisions, make wrong diagnoses, you know, and all are flowing towards their favor of Fulanization of Nigeria. Everybody in Nigeria. That is where they are going. So, Mazi, please come in before we open the line. Mazi, please. Mazi Obasi, come in.
Yes, thank you very much, Mazi Jonathan. You know, when I listen to the sportive and station and kind of made me a little bit sad. Sad because of what they are experiencing, and sad because of what our brothers in the Southwest will experience in the near future. And I can see them getting these words that Totif was saying. What have we done to merit this kind of treatment? Our people have paid the supreme price during the civil war. Today, Mazi, there are towns in Yoruba land. There are towns in Yoruba land where you cannot be the king if you are not a Muslim. Leave Kwara, Ilorin, that one is already gone. I am talking about a prominent as Iwo. Certain Yoruba historians, even the Oluwo of Iwo currently, does not believe he needs to bow to the Oni of Ife. Because certain historians, even amongst the Yorubas, does not believe that Ile-Ife is the founder of Yoruba land. There are many facts that point to the fact that Ile-Ife as the source of Yoruba land was just a historical manipulation. But that is a story for another time. In that history, it was, please permit me to digress a little bit. In that history, or in that, yes, history, or that side, that school of thought, it is believed that even the Odua, who they believe arrived in Ife, married from the community called Iwo, which is the present day Iwo. That is why when he went to the town and he said he wanted to marry the princess, the eligible men in the community beat him up and tried to chase him, but was rescued by the king's guard. And after everything, he stayed there for a while. The king allowed him to marry his daughter. He brought her home, and he was asked in Ife, "Who is this?" And he says, "This is the suffering I got from Iwo," or basically the evidence of the beating I received in Iwo. That is why till today the Yorubas call wife Iyawo. Iya is suffering. Iya Tiwo. This is the suffering I got all the way from Iwo. Now, a town as historically significant as Iwo, the king of that town today, even if you are qualified, you will have to be a Muslim before you become the king. Iwo is in Osun State. It's not even in Kwara State. It's in Osun State. And when Governor Rauf Aregbesola was there, he ensured that the current Oluwo of Iwo was made the king. And he himself said that when he was about to be made the king, they told him that the king of Iwo must necessarily be the chief imam of the central mosque in Iwo. So you cannot be our chief imam if you're not a Muslim. Because of that, you need to be a Muslim before you become an Oluwo of Iwo. That is one. The recently passed Alaafin of Oyo, Oba Rashidi, when he passed on, is a king that has been there. In fact, a king that is older than Nigeria itself. He died, a traditional king, a traditional ruler of no small esteem as the Alaafin of Oyo. This is a kingdom of warriors, where the Egbas, the older tribe from the Yoruba, now known as Yoruba people, ran to for safety, died. And the clerics, the Islamic cleric, insisted that he must be buried according to the Islamic rite. as a people, your spirituality is defined by the things you do when you were born for the child and the things you do when people die. That is the beginning and the end, and it's the most significant part of your life. But they insisted it's not about religion, but you have to understand how the Sultan of Sokoto, who is the President General of the entire Muslim Ummah in Nigeria, is enforcing his agenda, his Fulani agenda, through this so-called member of Murik, member of, other association, Islamic association in other parts of Yoruba land. And today, in order to appear friendly to the Fulanis, Buhari was in power, a lot of things were happening. Fashorenti, yes, daughter was killed, and a lot of things happen in Yoruba land. They keep quiet. That is them spilling their blood and keeping quiet to keep Nigeria one. It doesn't have to be in a civil war. They are doing it now. They are helping Shetima in his agenda to burn down Igbo businesses, Biafrans houses and their businesses in Lagos State in a bid to keep the country one. They are on Twitter and everywhere attacking Igbos and blaming Igbo, and they lost their voice when a whole list of northern military officers, plan to overthrow Chinedu. Even some people from the direct office of the NSA, Alhaji Nuhu Ribadu, who is a Fulani man. The Yorubas are mute, but they are attacking Biafrans and Igbos left, right, center. This is the price they are paying to put their brother in power, to keep him there. And someday, I hope that we'll keep record of this. Because when we are on this platform, trust me, some of the things we say, we don't plan to say them. But because this is a hallowed platform, there is a higher likelihood of the divine communicating with us. Someday, the Yorubas are going to look back and say, what have we done to deserve this? When you were killing our people, we keep quiet so that the Igbos will not say that you are bad. We help you maintain your image. When you plan to remove our brother from office, we could have escalated it. We could have said a lot of things. We didn't say it so that the Igbos will not say, hey, you see, we protected you. When you were even killing our people in the farms, we did not talk so that the Igbos will not justify their claim of Christian genocide. Because that's all it is. Everything that needs to bring national consciousness, it is being tagged an Igbo agenda. And some people gullibly forget whether or not it's an Igbo agenda or IPOB agenda or whatever you call it. Is it the reality or not? And the answer, of course, it is that it is the reality. So for those Benue, for the Tortiv, I greet him. I greet him for speaking up. They did what they did during the Civil War. They blockaded our people in River Benue. They pushed a lot of our people to the River Benue. It's a sad experience. We heard from history. We know what happened. We knew the role that the thief people, the Doma people of Benue played in unaliving Biafrans during the Civil War to make sure that Nigeria remains one. But they were used by this same caliphate that we're talking about. When you see a blacksmith hitting on a particular spot on the metal, you should know that place is very, very important. Everything that we say tied back to the caliphate. They use the Benue people against Biafrans because they know they are at the border town, at the only entrance where we are linked by the bridge. And they situate them there, and they use them, and they call them one. You are our brother. Oh, the Fulani will even play and say, oh, Munchi, we are from the same father, different mother, Munchi, and they're happy today. You are crying. For those of you who think that cutting your noses to spite your face is the best policy, a time will come, and I don't pray for that time, but certainly you will pay for this. So definitely a time will come when you say, whether when Biafra is already gone or not, you are going to say, I thought we did this thing to protect you, but today you are also doing it against us. Because that day will definitely come. There's no two ways about it. Mazi, Biafrans are not the kind of people that you will do evil to and expect that you are going to just go scot-free. Even when we don't retaliate, you always pay the price. And it's also in nature. You can't do anything about it. So my point is, whoever it is, individuals, politicians, social media users, that think that, ranting against Biafrans is what is going to give you engagement, closing your eyes to the reality of a genocide right at your doorstep. As Jonathan, when I was a little younger in the north, there are just Fulani people. I'm talking about, late 80s or early 90s. We go to the farm, there's a particular Fulani group that is known then as Bokoloji. There's a particular time of the year that people don't really allow their wives to go to farming because the Fulanis will kill you. I'm talking about early 90s. Earlier on, you played an audio. I think that was Damina speaking. The voice, I don't know if it was him, but I know the voice sounded like Damina. He was talking about.
It is him.
He was. Okay, good. He was talking about in the 80s when people are just going on rampage, killing people because they pray differently. In the early 90s, that one is not a story I know for myself. Certain time of the years, when the Fulanis begin to move down to the north, you don't go to farm alone. Because if they catch you in the farm for no just reason, they will just kill you. Gradually, they have upped their game. It used to be somewhere around Ukari, somewhere in those farming areas, and in those days you only hear of large-scale killing in somewhere like Zongon Katab when it happened. In certain areas in the far north. Today it is spreading, and these people have always been backed by the Sokoto Caliphate. These are factual. We're not making them up. So
Mazi, but what I see, Mazi, why these people all these years? I could also remember, the people I knew that came from north that time, because we call it also Guawas, and we don't know too much about it, we that never even live in the north. But we see people that all of a sudden they came back and we start thanking God. We see our parents visiting them, and their people start thanking God. Now they came back alive, but with nothing. These are people that maybe sometimes if they are coming on Christmas, they come with cars and this and that. People, doing very well, but all of a sudden they came with nothing. And they'll be telling harrowing stories. On a Friday, now, you don't know. So these people are hiding this, even the middle betters, they are not escalating it to the extent it needs because of saving one Nigeria. Because what I see that, what I see the caliphate, they will commit you. Mazi, there's one pattern I see with them. They must commit you in a way. Once they commit you, finish, you are gone. They can do you anything, you cannot. It's just like the way they commit our politicians. They use the blackmail, they hold them hostage with all those blackmail. So they committed these people with killing Biafrans, saving Nigeria. So if anything that they're talking, they no, remember how you remember Nigeria. Unity of Nigeria must be upheld. Even if all of you are perishing, remember we must save Nigeria. That is what I am seeing, Mazi. Even today, Sheikh Gumi is still using the same thing. Oh, no, we must. They are coming to put problem in our country, in Nigeria, as if a problem has not been there. Look at a video that is going around where the vice president of Nigeria met with terrorists, speaking that these are Fulani you are Fulani from Mali. These are foreigners, but Nigerian indigenous people, they are not seeing it. Mazi, please go on, please go on.
Ali, thank you very much. You see, I used to use this statement to describe, quote unquote, Nigerians. In most part of Africa, when the Nigerians, once again, quote unquote, are one of the most people in protecting their right outside. Malema, I remember one time, spoke about these things. So when you see a Nigerian man talking, you understand that he doesn't joke with his right. He's a very, they talk about that because they feel it's a good thing. But once you are within that territory called Nigeria, you will lose those energies because you know it will not get you anywhere. The system has been such that people are used to not getting justice. People are used to just keeping quiet. So they learn helplessness and they resign to their fate. And gradually they are dying off. Gradually. One by one. As their elders are going, there is no more elders coming because they keep wiping them up. And they just become passive. They have this passive hope and some level of displacement, and they feel that well, it hasn't happened to me. I thank God, at least I'm still alive. Also, Wausa did not start today. We had the share of our own, and sometimes something as ridiculous as you imagine what happened. Kanu State some years back.
So, Mazi, this is really what happened that time. I know it, but I didn't know that. Yes, you really.
Yes, that was what happened. I wasn't know. That was what happened. Let me tell you the other case that happened in Yelwa that led to the death of thousands of people and burning of many property. I even lost a friend in that. I almost lost my own life because they almost set the house that we slept in on fire. Funny enough, the landlord who owns our shop, part of the people who, organized the team to come and burn another house that is opposite his house that happens to be to a man who is from a place called Gakawa. And that is an indigenous person, but he owned the house there, but does not live there. And there's somebody that's supposed to be his neighbor. Luckily, it began. They're sitting by our door, discuss they are going the next one and this one and that one. And one of them, him, this man, he's a good man. The one that owned this house, a very good man. He said, shut up. He's a very good man, so what? She Muslim, a Muslim. And luckily for us, it began to rain. The armies came at dawn and did nothing. Nothing until it was about 6:30. The people who tried to step out before it was around 6 thought that the army is around, they are going to help them, end up being killed. But what happened that led to this fight? Something as minor as a Muslim guy was dating a Christian girl, beats up the girl. The next time in the evening, he went to her. In those days in the north, they call something jaga. Jaga is where you go in the evening to see your girlfriend or your boyfriend. You stand in some corner and you are chatting. Those who know the north will tell you, that is a normal thing. You don't the KFCs and the McDonald's and the Chicken Republic to take your girlfriend to. So it's in the evening you go and stand in some corner and then you have a chat. And this guy went to visit the girlfriend. Then the brothers beat him up for beating their sister. The guy went back. Unfortunately, he sustained injury from the beating, and I learned that he later died. Because of that, an entire community was attacked. And people died. And when there was a reprisal attack, which was what made Pantami to be crying. They had killed people 2 times on 2 occasions. When the people tons of bundles of military camouflage and about 20 sewing machines in the mosque with sewing military uniform. Right in the mosque. What I'm talking to you about is 8,000.
Mazi, so they were sewing military camouflage inside the mosque, manufacturing it.
Yes.
This is the reason why all these terrorists, they are wearing military fatigue. So, Mazi, you know what I see? The Nigerian indigenous population has been duped, honestly speaking. The Fulani, they are in charge.
And they are docile. They are docile.
They manipulate them. I don't know the way they do this thing. They did this thing with British intelligence and turned everything upside down against Igbos, against Biafrans, and rallied everybody against Igbos. And that is now what is a weapon they held on, they use it, and they continue using it in order to ransack everybody, in order to be in charge. Mazi, these people, their manipulative power is top notch, honestly. So all these things you say they are doing inside the mosque. So the mosque, they cannot be checked, they cannot be searched. The military, they are in charge of the military. Mazi, please continue, please, because you are talking from experience. Go on.
So my brother, that is what happened in Shandam. That day, the entire entrance to Yelwa was shut down. Let me tell you today, for any indigenous person in Plateau listening today, Joshua Darie was not tried because he embezzled money. He was tried because they feel that he assisted the people of Yelwa in revenging their death. That is why Joshua Darie was jailed. It was not because he embezzled any money. All of them embezzles money. There is no politician in Nigeria who does not embezzle money. All of them. How many of them are in jail? Joshua Darie, remember that Joshua Darie was removed by Obasanjo, and this man Ali, the former Lagos sole administrator, was appointed in place of Joshua Darie for 6 months. It was a pressure from the caliphate to remove him. Their intention was to declare 6 months emergency rule and continue to repeat it until his time elapses. But pressure also comes from both sides, another side, and they realize, no, it's getting too much. Let's allow him to continue. But that Darie was not punished for anything. He was punished by standing for his people. So if you see Joshua Darie anywhere, when he comes out of prison and you are an indigenous person of Plateau State specifically, you need to hail him because he's your hero. And if you are listening and you think you disagree with what you're saying, you can call and tell us what you think. Because I am telling you, because I was there. Darie visited Yelwa and was almost lynched. A sitting governor. A sitting governor. Thank God for when car was still cars, 504. He was able to escape. So this thing is not today. It is thanks to social media. Social media is now exposing things. That is why they can come out together and tell you shamelessly that social I don't touch it, to be honest.
Very sad, honestly. It's a social media is a terrorist group. Very, very sad, honestly.
And how they shamelessly say these things and don't even miss time. Because social media is where the message of liberation is being spread. The Hausa people have platforms, tens of them, on Facebook, on other places, where their lies have been, has been dismantled, where people, the veil over people's eyes has been raised, where that veneer of Hausa Fulani has been completely peeled off, and people can now see the reality that there is no such thing as Hausa Fulani. There's never been such Fulani. There is now to know. People ask questions. What happened to our? Why is it that 34 out of 44 local government chairmen in Kanu State are all Fulanis? Why? People are asking, why is it that we've never had a governor who is a Hausa person? People are now asking, why is it that all the kings and emirs everywhere around us are People are asking when there is a zoning of presidential candidates to the north that no Hausa person has ever qualified. And till date, tell me one person that's a Hausa person that has ever contested from any major party. None. None. Not even one. Yes. So no other ethnic group in the north is qualified as part of the north to be presented as a candidate when it is zoned to the north. People are now asking, and what has made that possible? That if you ask that question in the next minute, that in the next 10 minutes it will reach 10,000 people, 2,000 people, 2,000 people. Is the social media, and that is why they can. I don't even know how they come up with that name. Social media is a terrorist organization because they don't want you to know the truth. And we are here. Our job is to liberate people, not just those you may describe as our people. Which is Biafra. Our job is to liberate every single person that is held in any form of subjugation, be it religiously. Used, be it political subjugation, be it mental.
These terrorists, they are good people. These people are moving around freely. Sometimes I say, no, Nigeria don't make sense. And Nigerians, the docility of Nigerians and foolishness of Nigerians have reached high heavens. Honestly, I cannot understand for the goodness of me. Somebody that is, he is killing people. He is supporting killers. You see him on video with people, terrorists, armed to the teeth. He defends them publicly on national television. And he is roaming around freely. But somebody that is legitimately asking for self-determination is undergoing torture. That's why I say Nigeria does not make sense. I'm telling you honestly, Nigeria. And that's why you see, Mazi, if I see all these Igbo people that are wagging their mouth on X Spaces, talking against IPOB, against ESN, Mazi, I say, these people, oh, why? You people, whereas even other ethnicities, some Hausa, some other ethnicities are opening their eyes from the veil from the scales that covers their eyes. Some of our people are out of that primitive or primitivity in thinking. That primitivity in, envy or greed or hatred, that primitive hatred of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, of, IPOB is haunting you. You don't see is preventing you from seeing the wider picture. Instead, you are stuck in your cage, in your primitive cage, talking rubbish. The people that are on the rampage, killing everybody, people are supporting them. People are politicians are visiting them, giving them open evening. Shetima visited them, he saw how he was communicating with them, joking with them. Oh, you are Fulani from Mali, eh? Okay, And you see, there's no outcry. Mazi, what you said, you're right. Nigerians have been reduced to, to their fate. Nah, as long as he never touch me, you make I thank God, I beg. I cannot change nothing. That is Nigerians have been beaten. Finish. No, I cannot change anything. What thing I go do now? I beg. This is a bad mentality, and that is why IPOB is championing, showing that things could be done because we are human beings. Mazi, I think we'll go into a few minutes break unless you want to say something, add something, Mazi, before we go into a few minutes break, so that when we come back, we open the lines. Mazi, do you want to say anything?
Go ahead,
Okay. So we will go into just a few minutes break, so that when we come back, our lines will open and people can call in. If you have experience in the north also, please, we want you to expose your experience, because I never see somebody that lives in the north as an Igbo man that have good experience, honestly speaking. Mana, Mazi, do you know one thing I used to say? Like you people that have been living in the north, sometimes when I see many of our people say either I was born in the north or I grew up in the north. It baffles me. I never knew this, that our people were also so much in the north like this. I never knew, because right from childhood, in our family, that side I hate it, even if it is only where I will solve my whole life problem. I said no, I hate that side. So I never knew that our people are so much over there. Every time you see people, okay, they burn my shop, but our people are still there. Our people are still going. Usabode. Let's go into a few minutes break.
Let me.
Go on. Don't worry. Go on. Say what you want to say.
Okay. Let me say something that might shock you. Going now, the part of the north where I live, that I'm saying this for those who want people to believe that the entire north is with this. And when they say people are being killed here, they say, "Oh, it's a north." So the there is the people are Muslim. So if 20 people, it means that majority are Muslim. The place where I was raised, I was born and raised there. I can tell you, to go to local government capital before you see people, before you see mosque or you see a Muslim. I grew to a certain age that when I remember when my elder brother, when they come home, he will kneel and be mimicking how the Muslim pray. And my mom would be laughing, and I would be confused because I don't know what he's trying to mimic. I've never seen it before. I had grown to a certain age before I begin to even see, go out to, the capital and stuff to be able to see, this one, what are they doing? Oh, they are praying. Oh, I see. They're the ones called Muslim. I've only heard Muslim, I've never seen them.
Mazi, which state is that? Which state is that? Which state is that? Plateau State, okay.
In Plateau, man. Yes. In Plateau, I had to go to certain towns before I now noticed, kept all my life though that there's any people called Muslims, and this, like I said, late 80s, it was somewhere around 90s that I began to know there's something called Muslims. So without any doubt, the idea of 19 northern states as 19 northern states, so to say, of course, is false. But like we say, it is a discussion for another day. But people have to just understand the manipulation. Which one is that one non-Fulani, non-Muslim person, like I said earlier, that was allowed to contest? Not even one. Shehu Shagari was a Fulani man. Aminu Kanu was a Fulani man. Bashir Tofa was a Fulani man. Who? Is it Buhari? Is it Yaradua? Is it Atiku? Is it Nuhurubadu? Who? Not even one.
Mazi, I think Aminu Kanu is an Hausa man, eh? Check very well. Aminu Kanu.
He is not. He is not.
The leader of is it PRP? PRP. Then PRP. I think so.
Yes. Aminu Kanu is PRP. Aminu Kanu is not an Hausa man. Aminu Kanu is from the Genawa clan. It's a Fulani clan. Genawa, Gyanawa. You can make your research. These are Fulani clan. Okay. He is not a Hausa man. The only person that even came close being a Hausa man is Bashir Tofa, which is not even fully an Hausa man. But Aminu Kanu is not an Hausa man. They try to make it look like an Hausa man, but it's not. It's a purely Fulani man from a well-known clan among the Fulani people. He's not an Hausa man.
There, Mazi. My own is right from childhood. Is not even whether Muslim or that word not cancel it in our place. Not Ndi Burundi by na Biafra war. No, because my father was part of it. My maternal uncle is part of the war. He was part of the war. He was a captain in the war and he survived it until he died of recently. I'm telling you. So they brainwash us. Anything that is that side, they dealt with us. Whether we are not even talking of whether Islam or not Islam. Not. Mazi, I don't know. Let us go into a few minutes break so that when we come back, the lines will be open and people can call in, please. If you also have lived in the north and you have your you can tell us also your experience, please. Do not go away. We'll be right back.
So listen to her.
Hiding under Islam. They are confusing our people, especially the houses. They are confusing our people. All the imams in Nigeria, especially the northern part of Nigeria, all of them are Fulanis. They are confusing our people because they don't want us to think for ourselves. They always want us, anything they tell us, whether good or bad, we should just follow them. This thing, it has to come to an end. Gaskiya. So Hausa people, please and please, my people, you people you have to differentiate between religion and culture and language. We have to differentiate that, because we mix everything together. We mix Islam, we mix everything, we mix religion, not matter of Islam, because they even put hate on us. Anybody that is not Muslim, we should not like him, especially the people that are Christian or any religion that are houses. They call us Maguzawa, non-religionists, and it's a lie. Just it's a propaganda, because they want to rule us every day. We are like a slave to them. It's not that enough. Now they are killing our people each and every day. They are killing our people each and every day. And their people are not talking. Minister, everything has to do with politics. They are the one. Katsina is Hausa land. The people that are doing governor, like the one I know since I grew up, all of them are Fulanis. The 4 governors are Fulanis. Why? Kanu is only one Hausa. All of them are Fulani. Even vice governor is Fulani.
These people need.
Welcome back. This is Radio Biafra House of Service coming to you through Radio Biafra London. My name remains Mazi Jonathan Chinedu from Olu province of Biafra. And now we are here live and direct. Today is the 15th day of November 2025, being Saturday or Botiafo. Therefore, I'm here with my comrade Mazi Obasi on discussions concerning the Sokoto Caliphate manipulations. And as I continue saying, the Sokoto Caliphate must be dismantled because their manipulations, they have gone, it is too many. Their manipulations can no longer be hidden. Therefore, it is time for everybody, even the indigenous population, to rise up. Do not see IPOB as your enemy. IPOB is your savior. Is trying to save everybody. Therefore, our lines are now opened. Our WhatsApp and Signal line remains +61 405 142 547. I repeat, +61 405 142 547. I repeat for the 3rd time, +61 405 142 547. If you have also lived in the north and you have any experience you want to share, please, you can also call. Remember, the Sokoto Caliphate must be dismantled because their sins have gone too far. They have taken every indigenous people for granted. It is time to challenge that caliphate. I have callers lining up. Caller on WhatsApp, you are the first caller. Please start by giving us your name and where you're calling from, if you may, please. Can you hear me? Caller on WhatsApp. Caller on WhatsApp, please. Can you hear me, please? Are you in a noisy place, please? There we go. Please go on.
Can you hear me?
Mazi, the whole world is hearing you, please. But I think your baby is crying or you want to speak. Please go on, Mazi.
Yeah, sure. Can you hear me?
Go on.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, go on.
Yeah. Good evening once more. Yeah. This is Mazi Beume Ichiezo Kubundo. It's very, very nice and good that we are touching things like this, because this episode, the emirate, the sultanate, the caliphate that you've been on for quite some time now, it is absolutely the right thing to do, because the sort of troubles that the caliphate has cost the indigenous people in Nigeria is unquantifiable. And the problem is that some people do not even know. Some people do not even know what is happening to them. Something is happening to them, but they do not know what is happening to them. Yes, I lived in Kanu. I lived in the north and in Kanu as a child, and I saw horror. Before I get into my own, you see, where I live now, there's a friend I live with, my good friend. Each time I talk about, anywhere this guy is, and northern Nigeria is spoken about, this guy becomes so furious. It's been happening for years, but I didn't know why he was doing that. Not until about, that should be about 7-8 months ago. And discussion came up somewhere again, now that all this rubbish has started again in Nigeria, and it came up, and this guy broke down in tears. I took him to one side and I was asking him, why, what's the problem? He told me that his father was killed, Kanu, during that RBL time. That was when his father died. They killed his father, burnt him. It is that one. As a child growing up,
very sad.
Somewhere in the, I think they said now is Nasarawa local government, somewhere in PRP. That's where I grew up. I saw horror as a child. Now, you see, all the things I witnessed there, for me, they were normal. As a child growing up, they were normal. I didn't know it was when I came back home that, things were going on. And I started to cast my mind back and say, oh, all these things have been there. For instance, what happened to Sharif? Man, all these things have been happening in northern Nigeria for years and years ago. But people thought it just started today. As a child, I witnessed so many people. Because before you know it, maybe on an afternoon or morning, evening, you would hear, arao, thief. Maybe somebody just stole a carrot or stole a spoon. Before you know it, as soon as you hear arao at point A, it is echoed at point B, even without the person at point B knowing what happened. But for the fact that they heard that arao, that's it. The next thing, they get hold of whatever weapon they can lay their hands on, and then rush to the direction where that arao was echoing from. That is thief, arao. And before you know it, they descend on this person and begin to beat the person with stones, rods, sticks, whatever they can lay their hands on this. And look at the worst part of it. Why they are beating this person, they are pushing him in the direction of Bere Ground, the place they call a Hamadia, close to the airport road. They beat the person towards that, keep pushing the person there. And by the time the person get to that place, he must have been weak, very weak. And they stone the person to death, bury the person in a shallow grave. I saw this multiple times. For me, it was normal, So I think I will have to end for now. I have other things to say, but I'll have to end for now, please. Thank you.
Mazi, oh, you have caught. My goodness me. Let me, as a person that have lived there, Mazi Obasi, the question I wanted to ask him, it concerns you also. Let me ask it to you. Like he said, he was a child and he was seeing all these things, all this violence committed against people, indigenous people, even Igbos. Now, Mazi Obasi, I hope you are hearing me. Mazi Obasi, can you hear me? Mazi Obasi. Oh my God. Mazi Obasi, can you hear me?
Yes, sir. Yes, sir.
Okay. There was a question I wanted to ask this our brother, but he cut. So let me ask it to you because you lived there. I want to ask it generally to people that live in the north. You as a child, yes, it is not you. You say you were born there. You were taken there as a child, or you were born there. So you are not to blame. Now, but the question I want to ask is this: what was your parents telling you about the situation there? Or do they continue maintaining that everything is normal, or that you belong to that place, or after all this crisis every time? And maybe sometimes they target maybe Onyamini, all these names they call. Is there no time your parents will call you and say, my son, look, what happened? Look, oh, or just okay, and they been like that. You go to your school and Mazi, I don't know whether you understand what I'm saying.
Yes, yes, I understand you. To a very large extent, we have those consciousness engraving in us in a very limited fashion, I will say. First of all, our parents made sure that we don't vote, even though as at that time my elder brother was of voting age. My uncle who was staying with us was of course of voting age. They said no, don't go there. You are not from here. You don't have business choosing anybody. Don't go. Something happened now. They will start attacking you when you have no business in the election. So we never voted. That aside, my father told me about the Biafran war while we were in the north. As a matter of fact, I discovered a particular cloth in his closet that he never wore. So I asked him, I said, what is this cloth here that he never wore? Then he told me it was the for those who fought during the Biafran war. He himself fought in that war. Then he told me stories about how people had to die, about how they have to kill lizard and eat and whatever they can find to survive. He told me those stories. Another part also is when some of my friends will come around and we speak Hausa, we play, my mother will always shout, you know. She's warned my friend a couple of times, if he's not going to speak Igbo with us when we're playing, he should not come to our house again. So yes, those things build in that consciousness in us that of course we're not from there. But then there is this thing that, I realized that even my own father, I will not say my parent, because my mother was tired. She wanted to leave. Even also Abiola that my brother was talking about, we didn't go anywhere. Our father said we're not going anywhere. We'll stay here. Nothing is going to happen. We stayed till after the Osa Abiola happened and everyone came back. The thing that a lot of people, anchor their reason on for going to Wausa is because they say, Ozumobe. Let me put it that. You understand what I mean by that? Ozumobe. That each the go by eba to me suyari hena each the go by eba na ga ị ga-afụ ị ga-echi ya eme nni ada agara ọnụ ebe a ogwụla dị agara ọnụ ebe a so ị ga ebe a ọbụgoro ugbo gị chọrọ ịkọde ị ga-akọta ya ọfụma ọbụgoro ahịa gị chọrọ ịzụ ị ga-azụta ya ọfụma things like that. Because during the Osa Abiola, for example, after about 2 or 3 weeks, I remember very, very well that we couldn't even buy salt. There was no way to buy salt, let alone buy sugar. Sugar was a luxury.
Why?
Because all the Biafrans, because all the Biafrans have gone home. So once they leave, you can't find anything to buy. All the Biafrans have gone home. They've run because of the Osa Abiola. Everywhere was scanty. You can't find bread. Who does your bread? You can't find bread, you can't find sugar to buy, you can't find palm oil. So we were basically surviving on anything we can cook. That is how bad it was without our people. And you see, if we should take the census of our people strictly, Biafrans definitely are way more in terms of population than any other tribe put together. Because in every place, Mazi, they are more than buying.
Yes, that one, yes.
I can say that without thinking twice. They are way more than. No, Mazi.
What I always think is many of our people were traumatized with that war. I'm telling you, and there is no. That's why there was no reorganization. Nothing. Everybody was left. Our people were traumatized. We are a traumatized people, honestly speaking, and that's why we need to we run to our killers for. It's very, very sad. Very, very sad, honestly. Caller on signal. Mazi, you have been there, please. Can you hear me? Welcome to the program.
Yes, Professor Jonathan.
There we Did you also live in the north? Already experience.
No, Professor Jonathan, I never live in the north.
Okay,
but I have stories about the north.
Okay.
The highest I've gone to the north is Abuja. Was Abuja. So Professor Jonas, without going to north, we have grown to a point that we have developed intellectual sophistication, that we've come to the realities of what is happening. So, from my own point of view, although I was in another meeting, but using the other ear to listen to your programs. So, the last clip you played explained every down thing about the Funane mesmerization of the indigenous northerners. Connie the Kanuris, Connie the Nupes, and every other ethnic population in the north. Because what the Funanis have succeeded in doing is to yoke religion, politics, and tradition together under one umbrella. So, and that has been the greatest dismay they have done to the indigenous populations. So, whatever thing Funani does, every other northerner from their respective tribes see from the corridor of religion, and it is telling heavily on what is happening in the north. Professor Jonas, as a student of chemistry, I know what free radical does, and the Funanis are acting as a free radicals in the present day northern Nigeria. So it is not something that anybody would now come to claim or pretend as though they don't understand or don't know what is happening. And if you narrow it to the statement of Shegumi, I would tell you that Shegumi is an extension of the Sokoto Caliphate. Because whenever Shegumi speaks, he is speaking the mind of the Sultan of Sokoto. Because these people has a way they operate and they work. And that is why whenever he speaks, Sultan of Sokoto cannot come up to contradict him because he speaks his mind. How else can the that investor in self-exile begin to want people to believe that our brothers, even Prophet Jonah, do you know that some of these people that are butchered in Benue, that they are part of them are from Ebonyi State, my own Ebonyi State,
Of course, of
that they
course,
carve out
of course.
from Ebonyi State to Benue. Do you understand me? So they are my brothers, especially from this lower Benue. And some of us from Enugu State, they carve to Kogi. You understand? And that is why sometimes we look at the activities of Ohanes and Igbo and we begin to vet, if we begin to vet our anger on them, because they never do proper job they are supposed to do to bring our people under one fold, even during the advent of this state creation, without rancor to consulting the indigenous populations. You understand? And still the military administration went on to balkanize our people into the north. How can you now begin to tell me that an Igbo man is a northerner? You understand me? So it is very, very unfortunate. So now when they balkanize, when they kill our people, and they in thousands, and they bury our people, and this very idiot that call himself Shegumi would want the world to believe that our people are burying empty corpses. Professor Jolas, what I have to tell the world is that the Christian genocide is happening every day. Today, tomorrow, it is happening. But what the Funanis are trying to do is to downplay on it, because they have told amassed they have amassed enough wealth as they can to lobby any highest lobbying firm in the world. You understand me? And they are trying to downplay this, because we have been crying on the Christian genocide that is going on. And mind you that this Christian genocide is being perpetrated by the Fulani terrorists, because Fulani terrorists are using different ways to ensure that they subjugate the indigenous populations, either as herders or either as this non-terrorist, or as the terrorists in uniform as a Nigerian army. You understand me? Like me and you had what happened in the Bronu, where the ISWAP ambush the some Nigerian militaries, and the general among them was kidnapped. But today we are hearing that he has gone back to the military base. But the military are trying to downplay on it to cover up this thing. How would we say that military is not compromised? Because a general, a brigadier general that was kidnapped from the ambush, now went back to the military base, who is supposed to be a victim in the hand of this ISWAP terrorist. But we are hearing that this general made his way into the military cycle. So it tells you how compromised this Nigeria army is. Even though why they are trying to downplay on it that this general was not do this or did that. But report has it, and you cannot controvert the reports. You know, Nigerian military is known for propaganda. You understand? So now what we are saying is the only way for us to exist is to balkanize Nigeria, so that the ordiners who are comfortable with the Sharia, especially the Funanis, will be in their Funani cycle. And we that are in traditionalists, and some of us that are Judeo-Christians, will be free to practice our own kind of religion that we desired, without anybody encroaching on your own. You understand? So, Professor Jonas, the statement of Solomon Lalong, the former Minister of Youth and Sports, it is unfortunate that one thing that unites Nigerian politicians is corruption to the detriment of the poor masses. This man was an active member of Buhari regime. And it is unfortunate that his people are the people that are suffering the worst of this Fulani genocide. And he was mute because he was busy making his money. If I can remember in the language of Sir Francis Santos Zeribe in 2007, why he featured in Arise channel television, and he was asked, Sir Francis Santos Zeribe, for the past since 1999 to 2007, you've been representing Oguta. How far have you gone in to represent these people? That young man was very, very open to tell the channel pundit that he was not representing the people, that he was there to make the money, and he was making the money. So if anybody tells you that he is there to represent the people, that person is being economical with the truth. And Professor Jonas, in the language of Solomon Long, I take it down towards the interview of Francis Atenzeribe. Solomon Long, under Buhari regime, was there to make the money and not to represent the people. So now that he has made the money and he is no longer part of the system, so he is now obliged to tell the world what was happening. But the only thing I can tell American government, President Trump, that as all this revelation keeps coming, some of all these people who were mute in the midst of genocide are genocidists. So if any sanction is coming, that sanction, these people must not be expelled because they were complicit in the genocide against the Christian population in Nigeria. Thank you, Professor Jonas. Let me allow some of our comrades to make their input.
Thank you. Caller on WhatsApp. Can you hear me, please? Go on. Mazi.
So, in my own case, because he said we should call if we have. So in my own case, I never really lived far north, but I have relatives. My relatives are killed in that pogrom. My mother's uncle and my father's cousins, 2 graduates, they were living in the north. They were all massacred. So I guess because of that, we had this trepidation for the north. But at one time, my father he got a job in Kanu, and when he was in Kanu, the company gave him like a house inside Kanu city. They were like maybe 4 workers, engineers, and he was the only Igbo person. The other ones were, I think some of them were from maybe Yoruba or other ethnicity. So my father refused to stay there. He went to live in Sabon Gari in Kanu. That was where he rented a place. And then the other work engineers were the ones living in the city. My father was afraid of living, far from where Igbos were. And but in he didn't stay long. After 1 year, he left and looked for something else down south. But in that the Madala bombing on I think it was Christmas 2011. If you remember that bombing in the church, so that one I was actually working in Kubwa. They have a hospital there. So because Madala is a bit further away from from the center of Abuja, so they brought them from that place, on their way trying to take them to the national hospital. They brought some of them to my hospital, and I was on duty that day. They brought some of the victims, and of course they were all Igbos, because it was a Catholic church. Because what people don't know, most times when they attack all these churches in any part of the country, when they attack a Catholic church, a lot of the victims end up being Igbos. You might not know. Like if they attack a Catholic church in Owo, the one that happened in, was it Ondo or something? A lot of the victims were Igbos, because Igbos, we are predominantly Catholics, and most of the places where we go, we make up the Catholic population there a lot across the country. So that when I experienced it, the bomb victims, some of them we couldn't even take care of them. They had to take them to National Hospital, but a few of them we were able to take care of them, and they were all Igbos. So that was my own experience. But I also want to share this. I think I've mentioned this here before. You know that a lot of our people are ignorant about just the north. So there are two types of Igbo people we have in Nigeria. There are those in the north that have learned how to live in the north. Some of them have changed their names. Some of them now behave like northerners. They've blended. Some of them know how to be safe in the north, or they know how to look, they know this of how to detect signs of impending chaos or trouble, or and they know how to go run for cover. They've been doing this drill for years, and it's part of them. Then you have those Igbos who are down south in the east, who migrate like after they finish school or something and go up north, and they don't really know much about the north. So those ones are very vulnerable, and they are easily deceived about the north. So see what I mean? Because of the way things are for us in the east, because of the choked up nature, because of the competition, and then we don't have federal presence, so many of us no jobs. So once we finish, we want to leave and migrate. Lagos, Abuja, up north. So many of them, when they go out, because of the way the north is, the north doesn't have so many graduates. So that you are more likely to get maybe a job there, apart from business, whatever. And then because of the laid back nature of the north, so when they go up there, they don't describe the northerners as they are good people, that they are kind, that all these things, that we have a misconception about them. So it makes them let their guards down. They just be like, no, these people are back with me, these people are good and nice. So this is what happened to one of my friend and classmate, and he went to university in the east, but he now did his youth service in the north, and he finished and he did trained and did a lot of stuff, and then he got a job in Abuja, and his megad was a northern. I don't know if he's Hausa or Fulani or whatever, and he was very close to the guy. And on the day he was planning to travel and leave come to the United States, this his security or megad planned with some other people, and they murdered this my classmate. They murdered him and his friend in cold blood. They slew. And Mazi, I'm telling you that this thing happened in 2021 or 2022. I think 2021. Today, that thing just slided like that. This guy, he was a consultant radiologist, a medical doctor. The person that killed him was his aboki. Security man. killed him and thank you for what you keep doing.
There were almost a Biafra. There were Mazi. Nigeria continues traumatizing our people, and the worst part of it is that our people under reports, they keep silent in most of the time. Where you see our people will be blowing their horns is maybe something, if it happens to them, maybe from a fellow Igbo man. That is when you hear them blowing their loudspeakers. But things that are happening to our people by others, they hide it. Many kept quiet. It's really mind-boggling. Caller on WhatsApp, please go on. I think you'll be the last caller. Caller on WhatsApp, can you hear me? Okay, caller on Signal, please go on. Mazi, please go on. Maybe you be the last caller. Caller on WhatsApp have dropped. Mazi, can you hear me? Caller on WhatsApp. Caller on Signal.
Yes, Mazi Jonathan, I can hear you.
There, Mazi, go on, please.
Good evening. From your Mazi.
There.
Mazi, thank you so much for picking my call, and I want to let our brothers and sisters know that what is happening to us in Nigeria is really horrible. But we must continue to do the needful because to our people, and we must continue to expose Nigeria for all the evil deeds they have been doing to us. Austria, indigenous people of Biafra, so I have never lived for. As a child, I heard what happened. My auntie and living were small. They were living in Jos. Till today, she died there, and they never brought her body, her corpse back home. She was buried there. But what we're saying in essence is that this manipulation of this how can I say this caliphate, Sokoto caliphate, the way they are trying to pocket every Nigerian pocket, most especially our so-called idiotic governors. I will not, because these people have really dealt with us. Have really dealt with us that even
Mazi, are you still there? Mazi Akas, it seems you muted your mic, please. Unmute yourself. I don't know whether you have a call, please.
Yes, man, it's Jonathan.
Go on. You muted yourself. Yes.
Yes. I'm sorry about it, man. This screen touch of a thing. Sorry, my brother, for that. So what I was saying in essence is that the way the so-called politicians in Igbo land have really dealt with all of us, that made us to rise up on our feet to say no to this intimidation and this compromise of these politicians that put us where we are today. Mazi, the truth is that the better we keep on sounding this into the ear of the world, so that the indigenous people in Nigeria will know where the problem is. No wonder, one of the workers of our leader, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, we said, I can make the in India here. We must go to this place. What exactly is inside this Sokoto Caliphate? That place needs to be destroyed. The Hausa people, if they knew what that place represents in their lives, destroy that. We are there. This town of Sokoto City, that place where the British laid the they will do them something when they come back home. And we couldn't have an auntie. They will see us and this will be seen us as if we are not human beings. See, this generation, we must know what is inside this Sokoto Caliphate. It doesn't matter how long it takes, because this Sokoto Caliphate have dealt with Nigerians that even the electricity that Nigeria today cannot boast of electricity is part of the conspiracy of that Sokoto Caliphate, because British is using that particular throne to make sure that they deal with all Nigerians very mercilessly. So the indigenous people must wake up. You see this genocide that have been happening in Nigeria. Even most of us, we are small when they started killing our people. They will run back to east. As you were asking our brother that we are anchoring the program with you tonight, what is really happening that makes our people their troop to that place? One night we can say, and Abraham, we have a guy named Ozzy want to get your brother. Mazi, this Ozzy want to Asana Wakada place. Our people killed in northern state of Nigeria. Is it not even more than Ozzy? We are running to a place. They are killing us, and we keep on running. We go back again. What is wrong with our people? Earlier we come back home. When you are alive, you can be able to what is coming tomorrow. But when you are died, and nobody's you are not coming back to life. This northern state is not people, rather people randomly. We must call a spade. And this preaching of caliphate, if it's something that will run throughout the year, we will keep it until the Hausa people will stand. That their problem they are passing through in the north is because of this Sokoto Caliphate that the British have used to take the whole Nigerians and cage Hausa people. They cannot be governor in their own land. They cannot hold any good position in their own land. Rather, the Fulani has occupied all the governorship and the political seats of the northern states. At the end of the day, they will say we are one north, trying to lure in the innocent Hausas who have come to their land and killed their leaders and colonize them. After they kill your people, they will come after sponsor you. Earlier the better than everybody must rise up. All Nigerians must rise up and ask this question. What is this in this place? What is in this Sokoto where this one of this Sokoto Caliphate? What is there? Why must every governor, why must every politician must go there to go and pay allegiance to? Why? This is why these people believe that Nigeria belongs to them. And they can kill anybody they want to kill. Nobody's going to talk. Now that we've realized where the problem is, we must keep on hammering it until that place is being destroyed. So that the people will be free. Mazi, may I bless you for giving me this opportunity.
And this is where we're going to switch off the phones, please. Do not call any longer. You know, honestly speaking, when the caliphate is doing what they are doing with impunity because they see that they have succeeded in manipulating everybody. That the people, the indigenous population in Nigeria are completely manipulable. They are easy to manipulate. And that is why they are doing what they are doing. Imagine Sheikh Gumi. This one is happening in our Korokoro. Sheikh Gumi everybody knows he's a terrorist. Imagine he's moving around with impunity, being invited in national television to talk. Nigerians are comfortable with it. What else? What else? Instead, they are pinning the Christian genocide escalation on IPOB, on Undib. But is it really happening? It is happening. It has been happening for decades, for goodness sake. And they present Daniel Bola. Mazi, please, make your submission, please, before we close. Mazi. Can you hear me, Mazi?
Yes.
There, please go on.
Yes, Mazi.
There, go on.
Thank you. So, inda muka fara da Hausa, ko da yake ma Turanci ya zo ya shiga, bari dai ma yanzu mu kammala program din mu yau Hausa da masu sauraron mu. Yau dai mun ji abubuwa da yawa, mun ji tarihi, mun samu koyarwa, mun da yawa. Fata dai muke yi cewa duk ƙungiyar da muke yin nan ba a wofi ba ne. Muna fatan za a yi kuma za a yi amfani da shi. Domin idan ka samu koyarwa ta tarihi, ka samu koyarwa ta tsaron kanka, ka samu koyarwa wanda zai baka yancin kanka ko kuma yancin kanki, in baka yi amfani da shi ba, wato ka riga da ka tabbata cewa kai dai ko kuma ke dai ko kuma ku dai a matsayinku da mutane gaba ɗaya kuna so ku ci gaba a mai da ku ba'i a kasanku. So ne nake in fahimta cewa wannan ba haka ba ne. Ba son ku ne a mai da ku ba'i a kasanku ba. Ba son ku ne a bautar da ku a kasanku ba. Kuskure ne aka yi wanda ya wuce. Yanzu in kai kuskure, in kin yi kuskure, idan kuka yi kuskure, ku gano cewa wannan kuskure ne. Lokaci ya zo da ya kamata kuskuren nan a mai gyara. Ya kamata a yi abubuwan da ya kamata idan aka yi a ce wannan kuskuren nan babu matsalan kuskure kuma an riga da an gyara kuma an samu yancin kai. shi yasa kullum muke zuwa akan rediyon nan kuma mu zauna mu yi maganan nan saboda kowa ya ji, kowa ya koyo, ya yi koyo a kai, kuma kowa ya samu daman gane abin da ya kamata ya yi a matsayin shi na ɗan ƙasa ta asali. Idan na magana ina ce 'yan ƙasa na asali da mun fulanuka ba 'yan ƙasa ta asali ba ne a Najeriya. Kowa ya sani. Kakanin Sultan of Sokoto ba 'yan ƙasa na asali ba ne a Najeriya. Wayannan jikokin 'yan ta'adda ne. Shugabannin ta'adda, 'yan ta'adda ga baki daya shine Uthman Danfodio. Kuma a yau, a mulki shi shine Sultan of Sokoto yake mene ya mallaka shi ne yana kai haka, kuma abinda Uthman Danfodio ya gagara karewa shine yau suke so su kammala idan kuka ba su dama. Fata dai muke yi cewa ba za ku ba su dama. Duk wani dan asali dai na kasan arewa, ku kirawo kanku, ku yi taro, ku samu majalisa, ku yi shirye-shirye na kare kanku, saboda idan ba ku yi ba, su kashe ku, yayanku, su kace iwayenku, su kace ‘ya'yanku, su kasanku, su kwaci arzikinku, kuma gwamnati ba za su yi komai su taimake ku ba. Ai kuma kun gani abu da ke faruwa a Benue, gwamnati ba za taimake su ba. Abu da ke faruwa a Southern Kaduna, gwamnati bai taimake su ba. Abin da ya riga da ya faru gurare da yawa, gwamnati duk kowa ya yi shiru. To yau idan kuna jira gwamnati ne ya taimake ku, wannan ƙarya ne. Duk a duk banza kamata ku yi shiri, ku kirawo junanku, kame tsayo makamai, ku tsare kanku. Idan ana yi wani sai ku haɗu ku taimaki ɗan uwanku. Idan haka ba, shekaru 5 zuwa 10 mai zuwa, ba za a samu waɗansu kabilu a arewacin Najeriya ba, sai dai Fulanuka. Yau muna cewa kuma ku yi amfani da shi. Like I said, we started and we've educated a lot of people. We've educated ourselves in history and a lot of things that are happening. This my hope that as in wherever you are, that you've learned that it's important that you organize yourselves, speak to each other, create some kind of assembly, speak to each other, communicate, and arm yourself to protect yourselves. Because the government will not do that. You can see the case of Benue. How has the government helped? The people of Southern Kaduna, how has the government helped? In the end of the day, you are your own government. Your people, when you organize yourselves, you can be able to protect yourself. Because I keep saying the indigenous people of the North, because Fulanis are not indigenous. They are who is Ottoman Folio was a terrorist. And everything that has come after him have been great and great grandchildren of a terrorist. And that collective ambition is be able to see you or come to your houses again through Radio Biafra once again in the coming day. Ndewono.
Mazi, thank you very much. Biafrans and lovers of freedom. What we are doing is so deep, honestly. When I check how things went wrong in Nigeria, the indigenous population to our people, Biafrans, Igbos, I cannot but continue concluding that many things went wrong, honestly. We fought very bravely. Our fathers, our uncles fought very bravely in a war of attrition. But the ending was so chaotic. And after, our people were so traumatized to submission. That is why we flooded. Our people flooded down to the people that we are killing, that committed genocides against us without having any other plan B. It's very sad, honestly. What we are doing is trying to undo the mistakes or correct the mistakes, because what we are suffering today is a mistake of yesterday. Truth be told, that is the reality. There's no way. What we are suffering today is the mistake of yesterday. Because if our people did not disperse in that manner and completely forgetting what happened or taking war of liberation as this, how can I put it? Unnecessary suffering. Let me put it like that. Hey, I could remember when Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was on air the first time. Our people were, no, you want to bring out war again, Biafra again? No, don't, no, Biafra, no, don't talk about it. No. They equate our liberation to suffering, complete suffering. And our people are not ready to go through that. It's a fault to our race, I am telling you. Just like Mazi Obasi, the testimony he gave about his father that fought bravely as a soldier, but he was so traumatized to tell his children, in a way that they should understand, communicates to the children. Instead, he hid when he was asked, what about this clothes you don't wear? And then, no, he said, those that fought in the war, we fought in the war, He started telling bad things. That is the fault, I used to say, in our, I don't know whether it's in our DNA. No, I don't think so. Otherwise, the Kumek warriors wouldn't have stayed up to 31 years resisting British onslaught. It's not in our DNA. There's something that went wrong somewhere. I'm telling you. Normally, a liberation like this, it doesn't matter the suffering. Yes, you acknowledge the suffering that you eat lizard, yes. But tell the children, this thing, keep it alive. It doesn't matter what we suffer, but we must get there. This is generational. But many of our people completely lost hope, became traumatized to the extent they don't. Look at Palestine. Just take example from them. A normal Palestinian woman, he says, the minimum children he bears I've had it one time, say 12 children. At least 4 is sure to be martyred. Now the remaining 8, anything can happen because they continue indoctrinating. It doesn't matter the difficulty they face. They continue telling the children that you must be free, oh. Even if you see me, I die today. You continue. You that when you start indoctrinating a child like that from beginning, there is bound to be no mistake. It will continue. Southern Sudan, they are free today due to this thing I'm saying. They continued. They had a pause. They ended their first war in 1972. They didn't relax. They suffered, yes. 17 years of war with the Janjaweed. It's not easy for them. It wasn't easy. It didn't debar them. They stopped. They had armistice and they stopped. But after they check how things were going, they said, no, we cannot be scared of the former suffering. The new generation also, because the old generation has been communicating to the new generation. Look, what happened to us? Look. But in our own, is it not what we are suffering today? The fight you run away from yesterday, you must face it. It's what we are suffering. There's no way that second option, that reservation of maybe things might go wrong. What do we do? It never occurred to our people. Instead, when you talk to our so-called political class or intelligentsia, they start giving you excuse. That time. And then, I'm not meant to say real and then, but these are sufferings. That freedom, that word freedom, should be there to surpass every suffering, generations upon generations. But many of our parents fail to portray that word freedom. Instead, everybody went back and hustle forward in an easy life. Let us forget about the past. There is no way you can forget about the past and build your future successfully. It's impossible. It's impossible. No, let us pretend that there was no genocide against Biafrans. That is why you see the caliphate used the opportunity. They destroyed our place. Now anything you talk, they tell you 5%. In Igbo states, or 5 Igbo states, insult people that you lack words to describe the situation our people put themselves. And this is what we are suffering today. There is no way you can pretend that a problem never existed. Suffer more. Look at the way they took splintered our region, carved out Igbo people into Benue State to become Northerners, to Kogi to become Northerners. When they were doing this, the people that were complicit, evil politicians that were complicit, many of them today, they no longer exist. They got money, got contracts, got political positions, but today many of them no longer exist. But we are suffering it. So sometimes we think that, oh, just wishing something away makes it disappear. No, sir, no, man, it doesn't happen like that. Things are there. Whether you wish them out or you think that they don't exist, but they are there. And we must pass through it. Because it is not only us. People have passed. South Sudan. If you are living anywhere where maybe a Southern Sudanese is your neighbor, when you call him, you look at him, admire him, congratulate him. From 1955 to 2025 or 2011, check how long. How long? Is more than 50 years. Their war, active war, stopped 2005 to 2005. 50 years. Now the other politicking, outbursts, killings also continue. Till 2011, they held their plebiscite. It's not easy. In our own, we think that, leave this thing, let us forget it, and everybody go and look for money, take care of your family, finish. Our enemies use that opportunity to deal with us a death blow so that we become nothing. IPOB is just trying to resuscitate our dignity and nothing more. Onye ọ na-agbala ganga ugwu, onye ga ugwu ọsọ, onye ga Lagos, onye a na-achị ego now, don't we get it? And look at what is happening. Black beauty without black power is useless. That is it. Anytime they want, they'll sign something and destroy your buildings in Lagos. You don't do nothing. You can't do nothing because I want to hear. I have relegated you to nothing. You made yourself to be so. Because you think that, let us just wish that what happened to us, it didn't happen to us. Now, don't talk about it. No, don't make me remember. Some people is like that. Nah, don't make me remember what we suffered in the war. Nah, no, leave it. Instead of talking it out, that pain, let it communicate it. No way. We thought that is the right path. Here we are today crying all the time. Manipulations have gone. It's too much. So nothing lasts forever. Nothing. Alexander the Great conquered. For him, he conquered the then war, the then known war. The war happened after he started going down. Nothing lasts forever. No situation. So the zenith, the apex of the caliphate, the Sokoto Caliphate, is gone. So they are going down, and they know it. And make sure to support IPOB in any capacity, financially. What we are doing is very huge, it's very tedious. It's not easy. The sacrifices we are putting is very huge. Make sure you support what we are doing. Anyway, you don't need to become IPOB member only or registered member to support what we are doing. You can finance, you can Call any of our broadcasters on Radio Biafra. You can make contact. How do I support? I want to support. I want to pay green money. IPOB does not reject. Nothing is too small and nothing is too big. If you call now and say privately, say I don't want my name mentioned, though, please. I want to give real money. I want to give $1 million. How do I do it? How do we go about it? That is what we want to hear. I want to give $100,000. I want to give a 500 million naira. These are things because what we are doing needs money. You don't understand what IPOB is engaged in. You don't understand. It's a very huge, tedious task. I'm telling you. Go and ask Nigerian government. They know, they are feeling what IPOB is doing. But you as an individual, you don't know because you don't know. You don't have the privilege information. You don't know what IPOB is doing. That is why they direct all their attacks on IPOB. So that, because they know that it is the only movement that can dismantle them. That is why they direct everybody, rally everybody around in order to attack IPOB. And you as a Igbo man, you will a capo IPOB. You are a wasted sperm, honestly. Because you are ignorant. You don't know nothing. You don't know nothing. Don't judge with this your myopism. What you are seeing only around you. No. There are deeper things. Go and ask Nigerian government. They know what IPOB is doing. They are feeling it. The caliphate knows. But you, with your little mind, you don't understand. Support what you are doing. Send text to me and say, Mazi, things that Nigeria is a terrorist country. Thank you for listening. From me, Mazi Jonathan Chinedu, from here, it is simply good evening.
Shots. What are we talking about? So many of my colleagues, they have gone. I know what. I have been on exile for 5 years. I know what I have gone through. And the man, born of a human, is thinking that he loves Mazi Nnamdi Kanu more than Biafrans. When you think that you love Mazi Nnamdi Kanu more than all the Biafrans, the leadership of IPOB, you are the enemy. You are the real enemy. You are the real enemy. Bikonu, osisi, as table on a kwenweroko. Instruction, command. Table on a kwenweroko. If we are relaxing, waiting for Onyendu to come out, or to ascend in a just because everything is coming out clear. Everything is crystal clear now. Or just ascending in a age when I say, and ya relax is ya when a chair. These same people who are coming up to this radio Biafra tonight to ask these silly questions after Kafajejuolo, these were the same people who fought so hard to disassociate Mazi Nnamdi Kanu from IPOB and her leadership. These were the people who said that they have destroyed the IPOB leadership, that no, nobody should listen to them. Now they are the people turning back to say that the leadership has left Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. One day we will still hear it on this radio, that on social media, that it is the leadership that made the Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to choose Aloy Ejimako and disassociate himself from San Ozokome and Ejiofor. We will still see it on social media. The people who aided Ekperima, these same people, I knew what they said about ESN, but I was a witness. Why? Because I was a part to everything that happened in this struggle. I didn't see from social media. No. All the meetings held, what each and everyone said, I can give account. I didn't see from social media. And the concerned people listening, they know. Somebody is telling me that the money that I have been contributing in IPOB, even till date, last Sunday I got a meeting, that I will not know about it. Look at the insecurity in our Libo today. And somebody is asking, onye say Adam Bona to finance. Onyo osinimi etinye. It's not that they don't know, but just that they have chosen to feign ignorance. And when onye na afucho no juba kedebo silini. Biko ana agbaka ligoji. Ana agbaka afu nwata eze n'ọnụ. Our students, that they said whatever they like. I knew how this leadership went miles to make sure that our students were sustained, and they are still sustaining them. And somebody is telling you that people who are leading a movement that is not just a group, because when you say that IPOB is a group, you are undermining this movement. IPOB is a great movement and the largest movement for that. Where was your name? Raise ego, raise change. They cannot stop this struggle. If for this struggle that has been at my back, it has been at the back of my heart, that one day I will fight for the freedom of my people since I was a child. And for all these years that we have sacrificed, people no closer to me know what I personally have lost in this struggle, including human beings. Somebody, I got soil like after soiling your hand. I thank God for these men of integrity. I thank God for these men of humility. They have the humanity. I never forgot the day Martina Samori said that I come with clean hands. And those who are closer to these men know that indeed these men came with clean hands. It is only a madman that after completing a house, we only set it on fire. In our because you have that's the final stage on now, because they have done everything. Ekperima cannot destroy IPOB, autopilot cannot destroy IPOB. I mean, all they have done now, if I have a book for 4 years to the 5th year, this is the 5th year. Can work on Afia Nambo? I say all I go one in Osio, and working Osio, go one in Welako. But today, ozi nwoke ji nwaanyị n'odolo okwu wee nọrọ n'ama wee na-agba akwụ na-agba egwusi, ignoring all the insecurity happening in Biafra land, not minding children, because Mr. and Mrs. Ifede Omufa is somebody not thinking about the children of these women. one day, I'm a phone na get through. The only me adront. Onye never none of Amara with hope safe. You never think of men that you knew, whom their blood have dropped. You went to I pop gabo myself. You are just, you are a mere joke. You've not started. You have not started.
Well, please round
I
up.
want to
I know you.
advise this
Please
leadership.
round up.
It is high time we ignore all these miscreants, unscrupulous elements who want us to abagidashari. I distract and we refuse to be distracted. We are standing strong. We are standing stronger. Mazi Chinedu, if you are listening and hearing my voice, I plead with you. Do not resign. If you resign, you have rejected us. Mazi Chinedu, obi gada namba, mmụọ gada namba. Akwa ifulu eze nchifotu, anyị ma ya ejikwa ya na-ata nri. Biafra, it must come no matter what it will take us. If people of Catalonia can still be there doing it, mụnwa ga-emegide ya unless ma mgbe m ji wee nwa. If I die, my children will continue. But in Biafra, it must come. Mazi Jonathan, isi ike n'ọlụ. Ndewo.
Very inspirational. Caller on. I have 2 callers that have been waiting. Please, I want you people to just make it as brief to 2 minutes. We are going to 7 hours, please. Caller on WhatsApp, please go on. Can you hear me, please? Go on. Caller on WhatsApp, please go on. Don't waste time. Caller on WhatsApp.
Mazi Chinedu, thank you. Mazi Chinasomori, thank you so much. Because Jido Bigaka Jishie, I know you were choking and fighting back tears because of the ignominy that somebody get in that was on the Biafra. We are not cheap. We're going to name on the man behind it. So, and I believe this presumption that now the relationship between DOS, now the supreme leader, that he's only executioner, is the executive of decision of the DOS. If my understanding is not proper, please, Kowara Biafrans. If it's something you cannot answer here, you guys can consult among yourself and come and tell us. Because these sycophants, how they're just the eye service na sycophants na traitors. They don't mean well for our leader. They're acting like they love him. They're trying to make him a. He's not a god. When Nnamdi Kanu show you on the can disobey. He's not God. He hasn't claimed to. And no God. I have a God in there for Allah. That's my own God. The Noeba is ideology. We're not trying to build a strong man or an autocrat or an emperor. We're trying to build an institution. And we are all subservient to that ideology, which is Biafra ideology and Biafra freedom. We're not here to serve anybody. We don't have any sacred cows. That is my understanding. Nnamdi Kanu is not a sacred cow that in way can disobey. And therefore, the association, I would suggest that DOS should stop listening to any message from Nnamdi Kanu coming to his brothers, because message not being traitors that they are, we cannot trust those messages. And my next is this. And then, our leader, supreme leader, disobey our leader, you obey our leader, as if to say they care. These are traitors. Has what the siblings done to this struggle, has it not amounted to treachery? In my opinion, it has amounted to treachery, and DOS should tell us if they are traitors as they should be categorized. Unuga so one Nnamdi Kanu anya happy me ha ihe me traitors. And you saw hanya. My second question, which I say you don't have to answer, open all the too sensitive. Unuzuko among DOS. Unabia guanyi. Assuming that na here une opportunity now to get us our freedom, whether or man Nnamdi Kanu, because it's difficult for him to be contacted ever. So when we're opening now and you need the retake action. Una get you go to one Nnamdi Kanu no as supreme leader. Because so as the Chineke, some people are trying to make him, he has to put his stamp on it before the whole Biafran school Nazo. We are not disregarding our leader. He's giving it all. He sacrificed everything. He sacrificed his parents, but unfortunately, he may be sacrificing his siblings too, because his siblings are now traitors. So, asking our two heads is better than one, and DOS is way more than two heads. So that could be instances where DOS is authorized to disobey the supreme leader. Leader Kobo. Obu an autocrat. Obu Chuku. Obu Chuku Kabiama. He's not Ani. He's not only and all, and he's only one person in there. And these people trying to make him a Chineke don't even care about him. They don't even care about the struggle. They want all of us destroyed. So because Mazi Chinasa Nwuru, unu anzuko unu, zuo unu, biko kunu bia kọrọ anyị, we want to know the relationship between DOS and the supreme leader. Isn't he supposed to be, or not anyị gwara ya mee ka ọ ga na-eme ka ọ just nke o chetara o mee? Are we under a dictatorship? Nke mmadụ ga-eji abịa sị, oh, you disobey our leader, you disobey our leader. So a leader sị m manye n'ọkụ. Chair of you don't have to answer now. Thank you very much. Gichio Bigaki and every one of you who's been blackmailed in this struggle. Before you make any wrong decision, Cheta, those hundreds of people no bibo. Think about them. You're not doing this for them, they can't, you're doing it for them.
Thank you. Caller on, I'm no more taking no call. This is the last caller. Caller on signal, please. Go on. Can you hear me? Call on signal. Caller on signal. Can you hear me? Caller on signal. Mazi Obasi Ejike, can you hear me, please? Why? You have been waiting for a long time. Caller on signal. Please go on. Can you hear me? Mazi, I'm not hearing you. Let your waiting not be in vain, please. Can you go on? Go on. I don't understand. Caller on signal, Mazi Obasi Ejike. For the last time, can you hear me? No, it's a pity. Let me just pick this call. Caller on WhatsApp. What is here? Caller on WhatsApp, please go on. You have 2 minutes, please, to make your point. 2 minutes. Caller on WhatsApp, please go on. Caller on WhatsApp. There, woman, as a also, you have 2 minutes.
Mazi John Cruz dị ukwu. Ana m esi m Canada na-akpọ.
There, wo.
Ihe m ji use aha maka ndị mma m na anọ m na PDP family Canada, anọ m na Edmonton. Anọchi m since na-ege idele Mazi Chinasa Nwugwu. First of all, achọrọ m egeza aka One came book for the first person because I got up my Facebook now shot some indie beriben here and I comment sena Mazi China Sanguru no ndi are show me point na this because here we sacred platform. But Stalo Yijimako is an evil man. So no na Jona say Basara na de maka Yijimaka. Alo Yijimako is not working for IPOB. And nítorí mẹ́ka Biafrans líle n'ebílẹ̀ ha nọ mara kuna na ndị niile gbara Mazi Nnamdi Kanu gburugburu, they are evil people and they have been feeding him with the wrong information. Like one issue bidoro on because I have been trying to tell onye that doubt him Mazi Nnamdi Kanu because always some narrative footer few days ago ndị ma na shi whatever Mazi Nnamdi Kanu says. But Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, I know him. He's a man of wisdom. He can't just come in. Unless maybe which area. Yeah, puta. The first thing I get me, he be to cover scatter the whole thing. Emreleme. Only him cheregwa the leadership. Chineke goes the leadership. Achom can the leadership. Mazi China Samurebo na mami na ineke him neko. Oh no, with the backbone of this movement. And that is why all of us that are hardcore. Asian Biafran and Bia Canada. Mazana asa iba monyanwo. Mili ye kure yes to me program. Akrom na call ya. Asian Biafran and Biafran. I've lost a lot of people. Right now, I'm not working here. On our sister, that man now mere Mazinam the Kano akupa honey use with issue and who you. Eburi na maka this Biafra struggle. We young our coordinator no umule zone. Oh my ham niku. Oh no again radio Biafra. Oga ma ma onye na-ekwu okwu ana. This nwunye ya nwụrụ la January ha one day ihe ala. Ụmụ ya mụnwa na enyi nwoke bi Switzerland we have been taking care of. In fact, enyi nwoke right now the girl na-amụ ahịa akwa through our coordinator nọ na Canada ebe Edmonton. Ọnwụ ya nwaanyị ka ọ nọ na nwunye nwaanyị na amụsị that girl ọrụ. Anyị nwa na ụgwọ ụlọ ya we are paying it and we have been taking care of her. Anyamonyo all Biafra na jikota. Hejina to in the account because only a lot of people sacrificing and we are still sacrificing. You know, made this leadership, made this scatter. We I only him Mazi Jonathan in Ikuna radio. He said that we can away by Naga. We are not going anywhere. We will continue with this thing. So now Mazi Jonathan will like the whole leadership. He remain focused. Mazna can that let our eyes be on the ball. And the last broadcast, Mazna can before this thing, I mean, once you one nine again, what the real freedom fighting that he's fighting from the front. So him jine kuya tindile game tinili bikono unu jisike. Onya ho pro see from Canada, the first caller pro onya onye believe omage ihe. Those things all question na agwa Mazi China Samuru na he mere disobey. What can you with the disobedience? I'm not him to Biafran still mana ebe Mazi Nnamdi Kanu no ndị niile gbara gburugburu ya wu ndị DSS they want to get information from IPOB. So all the whole info the no plan to move this reference struggle forward. I know that the leadership will not be giving it to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu until he's come because he's in the enemy's camp. Only they can buy do brand a film. Maybe the enemy is there's somebody. Maybe they actually get a school here. Only so many things happen just to compare. Can we get so when back wow, the money actually the school came with the app or say how I said lay down your arms. Maybe yeah, chocolate his arms. Whatever. Just to rescue the person. Imagine the canon on the enemy's camp. I know that the leadership are fighting to them to see how they can rescue him from the enemy's camp. Him jina agunu ya bikun, una dalamba, udo jisike, chineke gabuno me. Every day I know but my name, we will continue. This new narrative ever trubana, abolam, I told me about how much na this radio because nobody is fighting the position of Amazon, but they are started writing now. I say now what now the kind of put a hala or when you believe the other see no na ko asini because the leadership is the backbone of this movement. Whatever that happens to this leadership, we are going to square one. And that's not what the leadership become. You people should know relent. Name to remember the time of Omunyo, huh? Now, I joined IPOB since 2012. Coming on land, Kanu join here. And since that time, I've been remaining faithful, and I've been fighting wars both in Biafra land before my Apple Biafra land now and my social media. We have been there defending this struggle with our life. In my office, everyone before my Apple, the other people know with me. Our buria now this struggle. I got my hand down in the massive naraz. We are not going nowhere. I don't want to say things lose based on this thing, but let us call because ndị nke nwụrụ anwụ ọha merele the ultimate prize biko maazị ana masị jisi n'ike otu akọ ha m n'ọnụ jisi n'ike chukwu okike abịa ma gaa n'ihu na-agbụ n'ime anaghị na-arụ maazị na ka na ga-apụta maazị oke olee ihe alụ ejimaka bịara na-abịa ọsi ha eju maazị barista eju ofe ọ gara na-agba mbọ there's no court case mere involve the IPOB members, but Mr. Jofani send them out. He will always go there himself. I have never seen anything. I don't. Somebody there and okay, the relationship I know with only on Journey and now look at what is the whole people, the whole division calling with the can do IPOB Ontario Community Limited Corporation. I won't allow it. In fact, can I help you? Una sunu jisike. Una galambaka chuko kiraba makozuna. You see?
And this is where I will switch off the phones. Mazi Nasa, before you come in, let me just say something before you come in, to make your pattern short. Biafrans and lovers of freedom, let me reiterate. When you say or somebody come and say no, instead let us leave everything. I totally disagree. We go nowhere. We go. Yeah, this is not something of annoyance. I because this is something. This is something that all of us have stake. And let me tell you something. I've been saying it on my program, on my programs. The rendition of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is not something very, very simple. It was calculated, planned. Nigerian government has been spending a lot of money, billions of dollars, to destroy IPOB. And they got, all of a sudden, they kidnapped our leader. It's in their hand. And people think that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will just be discharged like that out of the way what their sentiments tell them is they now construct it as reality. Come on. Sometimes don't send the boy himself. What they have been spending a lot, billions, giving contracts. Now the leader of this formidable group is in their hand. And you think that it will be easy like that? Okay, we will leave you like that. They didn't kill Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in Kenya because they know that if they kill him, the formidability of IPOB, the consequences will be so dire. And IPOB, it will mobilize IPOB more and more. So now they held him in order to their target. The target of Nigeria is IPOB, to destroy IPOB. Our people should understand that. When people use just sentiment or to deceive people, oh, he's coming out on the 18th, he's coming out on. All of us want him to come out now, but I put it on my timeline, Facebook timeline, that look, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, he did nothing wrong. It's a political problem. It is our continuous agitation and formidability that will release him. It's not what they are doing in the court. No, that thing is nothing. And what on your, it's just mere formality. Say, let them say that, oh, it's a country, is going on court, this and that. Either they keep him, why do they keep him not in prison, where he will have access, not beyond that control like that? Do you know what is DSS? Equivalent of FBI, where the shirt he put on body, he speaks. I mean, he hears, he sees. Everywhere is bugged. It's a reason for that. That's why we prick the mindset of our people to understand. The DSS wants to understand how IPOB is run so that they will compromise and destroy it. That is the only thing. And after, maybe after now, they will say, okay, you can go. After destroying, causing confusion and destroying IPOB. But our people don't understand. Some of our people. That is where it pains me. So I will stop here. I will continue making program as usual. Mazi Nasa, please go on and towards your closing remark. There.
Ndewo Mazi Chinedu. Ndewo, thank you. This has been one of our longest program ever on Radio Biafra. Before we started this program, we were talking about in 2 hours, 2 hours, 30 minutes, we will round up issues start coming up. Mazi, based on what you have just summarized now, as we come to the conclusion of this program, you know, what people don't understand that even if the DSS make availability, tell Mazi Nnamdi Kanu he send message. Why the DSS kept Mazi Nnamdi Kanu where they kept him is because they need to monitor his communications. They need to monitor the messages he sent. And the more he's sending messages, those who are going for those messages are being compromised. And that is how it is. That is how his younger brother, Fine Boy, was compromised. That is how Aloye Jimako was compromised. I am saying it and I'm saying it, but nobody can convince me because there are certain things I know. There are certain things I have seen that happen. And I don't want to go on that side. We are IPO. We have sympathizers. Any move they make that is not in favor of this struggle, we are being tipped off. Because there are people who want this Biafran struggle. Who want this Biafran? The people want this Biafra struggle. Our people want freedom. Some of them are just scared to come out and talk openly because of their businesses, because of certain things. They are so scared. Not everybody will speak. There are people that will speak. What is keeping Mazi Nnamdi Kanu till date is the Southeast politicians and the Fulani hegemony. These two group of people, there is a collaboration between them. The Southeast politicians do not want Mazi Nnamdi Kanu out. Then the Fulani hegemony, they don't want Mazi Nnamdi Kanu out. And because of this, they're putting up every tactics in their disposal, trying to destroy IPOB. And I say it, the Fine Boy is compromised with the Nigerian Intelligence Agency, with the NIA and the DSS. They know him. He is working for them. If he like, he can deny until all those things are proven otherwise. And all the purpose is to make sure if IPOB will be destroyed. He already soiled his hand in what is happening. He already soiled his hand, and they use it against him. Biafrans, there is a very important topic we're supposed to treat today, but there is no time. We can't treat it. It's because of our land, our youth, our women, our girls. We should all remember that every man's pride is how the women behave, how our little girls behave. It is the job of IPOB that we have to go back to create awareness and speak to our people, speak to our youth about dignity. The rate our young girls are being trafficked for prostitution beyond our borders is unimaginable. We have come to a point that when our girls are trafficked to African countries or other places, after paying off a huge sum of money, like in 2 years, pay 10 million, they will now throw a party. Because all the now our young girls, so they 14, 15 years, and I 20 years, 20 million, 10 million. Our small girls, they throw a party. It's na ha asabu chala na punaha. This is mind blowing. And in the process, they may invite some Igbo elders, non-Ogoda, Igbo young men, Senadia, and Megani, as in all South Chaleba, Apuna. Young girls, we're talking about 14, 15, 16, 17, 18. This is not good. Of course, everything they will say hardship. I ask again, prostitution is also an old business. It's as old as human. But what we are saying is this. Our young girls of this age, it is time we work, all of us, to reduce. This is one of the things that destroy the Edo people. Until their people, cultism and the prostitution destroy the Edo people globally. Everywhere. It becomes a trademark with them until their traditional rulers have looked into this thing and they do certain things, even in cultism. All these things now has been transferred to our own people. We're going to set up a new program where we are going to start to tackle these issues. It is a menace in our society. Because when a girl of that particular age goes into this, we watch them, some of them coming to give testimony in Igbo land, in our land. Nobody expects you. No, I don't think there is anybody expects his sister to go and make money and bring for her. I don't think it is even normal. Nobody expects your younger sister, your senior sister. What everybody thinks is your sister to get married, or if he managed to support the family, fine and good. But I don't think there is a family that is saying, you at 14 years from secondary school, you have to go, you need to come and build a house in your father's compound. These things does not happen. And something is very going wrong in our society. IPOB is taking, if you don't know, we are the almighty IPOB. Millions of people are hoping on us. Millions of people are looking up to IPOB as we are pushing the agenda for development, return your business to Igbo land, to Biafra land, agriculture, bringing all our people from everywhere together. We need to look into this. And we are going to start a program where we don't mind even those people who are bringing them. We are everywhere we can spot all of those people who are taking this, our girls, across the borders. This is a very big problem. If you can see, you see the number of HIVs being recorded in all our states. Could it be that our people, it has been designed to destroy our people? In Rivers State, Rivers State is a city of 2 million people, 6 million approximately, but almost 200 and something thousand people are HIV positive. This is alarming. Imo State, Imo State, the population of Imo State is also not more than 5 million or 6 million. And there was a report. I am not the one giving the report. This report are coming from the Nigerian government. The statistics, over 70-something thousand people, girls, are living with HIV. Anambra, the same thing. Abia, the same thing. The lowest of in the southeast is Ebonyi State. And I think Enugu. Then Akwa Ibom, it is on a very high rate. Akwa Ibom is also in 200 and something thousand. Benue State is the highest, and they are our border towns. This is an emergency. I mean, it deserves to be called beyond a state of emergency. Hotels are being built everywhere. People are being taught that instead to go and learn work, it is better to do hookup, prostitution, small girls. Okay, if you have grown up and you finish, you decided it is better. It is young girls of 14, 15, 16 years. We're going to come on air and we're going to sensitize our people on this particular issue. Again, let me reiterate on this platform, on Radio Biafra. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is the supreme leader of this movement. His position as the leader of this movement is not contested by anybody, and that is the last thing we can even allow it to happen. Everybody, the way, if I say something, I have said it. He is the leader of this movement. All of us are working to bring glory to this movement. If we fail, he fell. We cannot be running a movement that every now and then, when Mazi Nnamdi Kanu gets problem, the next agenda of the enemies is to be destroy all we have done, and they're hoping that when he comes out, we start afresh and rebuild. It doesn't work this way. Besides, most times that IPOB fought most of their brutal wars, confrontations, is always when Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is inside in the head. He don't even witness it. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu in 2015, when he was arrested, kidnapped from Lagos, people fought, protest everywhere, fighting for his release. People died, many people missed till death. We fought and we stood behind him, irrespective of anything. Because now what it's not everything we must come on air to talk about. But you see how the enemies they work. Because I am coming on air, they position them. The same person that asked you, the first person that called for the question, he is the owner, he's the one that controls that IPUB association, community association. He is the one that controls that Facebook. He is the one Aloye Jimako. Yes. Chiweze or what? He is the one that controls that IPUB account. And we are here with open mind to answer anybody. We have nothing. IPOB is not a secret cult. We don't hide anything. We keep things for tomorrow, so that if we are not there, somebody can tell the story. Because history is passed through orally or through written. Some people will put down whatever I have said today. If you ask them in the next 50 years, they will narrate it exactly what I have said here. And this record will remain. Therefore, I call every Biafra. Like all of you have said, none of us is backing down. Mazi Chinedu is not resigning. Anybody resign at this particular time is betrayal to millions of Biafrans. We must all continue, as like I said earlier, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu need our prayers. And I can tell you people, IPOB is the one that will set Mazi Nnamdi Kanu free. Not all these things these people are doing. It is IPOB. Go and mark it somewhere. Only IPOB, our continuous agitation, will lead to the freedom of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, unless there is any shortcut, which I don't think Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will accept. Because one thing I know, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will not betray the Biafran struggle. That is why whatever the leadership is doing, we do consider his present situation, where he is. And we do wish that certain things they need to ask. Questions need to be asked. What people have to know, a lawyer Jimako who feeds Mazi Nnamdi Kanu information does not communicate with IPOB members. The siblings of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu does not associate with IPOB members. The only people they communicate with is those people that were expelled from IPOB. They gathered all of them. And these are the people telling Mazi Nnamdi Kanu the day-to-day activities of IPOB. Since rendition of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, I have not spoken to Nenayane. So how can we communicate? Apart from once, I think, in the DOS meeting. I spoke to Carlota in 2021. How do they know what IPOB is doing? Because they have made up their mind, as they are telling the whole people. They already pictured who Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will kill, who he will destroy, who he will strip naked this as soon as he comes out. That is only what they want. That is all. They forgot that people have died. And even people that I thought they are made turn around. Anyhow, I am not surprised also, because at the beginning of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu rendition, they display the same attitude. And repeating it again shows the kind of caliber of men they are. But we are here. We are here to make sure Biafra is being restored. We are here to make sure that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu regains his freedom. And I'm telling you people, we must be very, very active. Election is coming. And they have already started killing themselves. That's to show you what is happening. And that was the same thing that happened in 2001. When the rendition Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the killing started. They imported killers into the state. Today, election is coming again in Anambra. They have started the assassination again. Is that telling you people something? Are we going to learn from what happened in 2001? From the same time the election was coming, 3 to 4 months to the election, that they brought Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. It's the same time the killing started in Anambra. It has started again. They kill themselves. They target on IPO. Soludo have went to America and Maryland to tell them the kidnapping and all these things to justify the people they are going to assassinate during this political period. So that anything that is happening, he will tell you, we told you it is our people. It is his men. It is his group of people they have gathered together. And all these things is to make sure that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu remains. And some people that are not seeing it, what they will do, as me and you, is telling Soludo that what he did is wrong. And I bet you, as all of you are attacking Soludo, telling him that what he done, so that he can make his correction, somebody, somewhere, is talking to Soludo to overlook what these people are talking. That it is all about money. And then we collect money and come outside and be shouting rubbish. Somebody somewhere, they're already making their moves. Forget about what these people are talking. They will collect money. They make me and you look stupid. They make me and you look like, mugus. That has been the game. That is why you think we are going somewhere, we are going nowhere. Because people are no more taking you serious. They know that after backing on the social media, after expressing yourself, your anger, it's just a matter of calling one or two persons and they will strike a deal and tell them continue. That's what they will tell us. And that's what some of them have told us. Biafrans. I choro Biafra ka anyị choro just every day we are making noise on social media. Is that what we want? What do we really want? What do we really want? We all came to restore Biafra. But a few people are taking it as entitlement. It is a source of income. It is a source of things. And let me make it very, very clear. Aloye Jimako, Aloye Jimako no this Biafra struggle, Nanjo. Everybody should know that. Aloy Ejimako. Sometimes you people see him, he don't write too much, he will use another name and be writing. But one thing, when we see his write-off, we know. It's a contractor writing things. People, when he collects money from people, he asks them, I will write for you. That's why you see some press release, he will write for the Avid, write for advocacy in this thing. When he gather all of them together, he put press release for them to publish for them. Everybody understands the game of the enemy. If we want to restore Biafra, our demands must be, our words must be our wish. Our words must be our command. Whatever we say, this is what we want. We all agree unanimously. Even if there is anything to discuss, we will bring it to Biafran people. Because we have told you people a lot. If there is something we want to negotiate, we must come back to you people, explain it to you people, but not on the radio. That is why it's good you'll be in the IPOB family member. We will go there to communicate you. This is how we want to move. Now this is going to help us. That is how things are being done. Especially when you are dealing with the public. You gotta just be somebody whom have something fill in his pocket. You come and no, say like this. Forget about these people. Forget about them. That is how Otokoto underrated Ikechukwu. The boy, when Otokoto was running in Imo State, until that small boy took his head. The inability not to consider the public, the outrage, inability not to put in consideration men who have put everything. See how everybody is talking this evening on Radio Biafra. They are sacrificed what they have given up. This is just few people. We are not talking about our people being killed. And why are we reacting? Why are we talking this thing? Because if you allow people to carry out these wrong narratives, people will lose their life. Remember, people will lose their life. Remember, there are things, if you don't correct them, it's just a matter of time. People start to believe it, that it is true. Because now, but I have told them on many occasions, there are stages in everything in life, in the struggle, in everything. This is not the time for black men. This is not the time to lie against somebody because of your stomach. This is not the time to lie against this movement. Remember the dead. Remember those in prison. Remember there are thousands of our people missing. Most of you don't know. There are people, they go to Abuja, we don't see them again. There are people that have missed, even in your city. To you, you think he traveled or he relocated to another state, but you don't know they have kidnapped him. Because on many occasions you ask people about somebody, he told you, I have not seen him for a very long time. I don't know, maybe he left the city. He left, maybe, I don't know, he returned to the village. If he returned to the village, he don't have telephone number. They tell you nobody hears from them. You don't know whether he's alive. You don't know whether he has been kidnapped, because that is what the Nigerian government has been doing. That is what Nigerian government have been doing. And I will stop here. Aseko Fojifo, Ofalafo. Biafrans, once again, my name is Mazi Chinasanworu. Mazi Chinasanworu served the indigenous people of Biafra as a member of the Directorate of State. Kachifo no Muchineke.
The woman say thank you very much. And today, as I said, is the mother of all broadcasts, honestly, because sometimes it is good to allow people like this in order to bring up issues. That is it. So that explanations could be made for people listening to understand more in-depth analysis. I've said it, the highest, can I call it mistake? Mazi Nnamdi Kanu made is to bring Biafrans from all over the world, everywhere together, as one family. Hey, both good, bad, evil, ndị oshi, ndị ama, intellectuals, PhD holders, all professions. Ndị ọjọọ ma ndị ọma. And we think, some of us think that we'll be manipulated like what must up. It's a miscalculation. But if we fail this time, which will never happen, one other Jovita say, come on, omegide destiny continue. That is the spirit. And that is why Biafra must come. Because Biafra remains our religion and Biafra is our ideology. We must continue until Biafra is restored. No going back because there is no back to go. No throwing down our thing because of anger, using anger. I got born instead of itufia. That has been my mantra. Thank you for listening. And from me, Mazi Jonathan Chinedu, from here, together with Mazi Chinasanworu, it is simply good evening.
Chris, I'm calling from Italy, as you said. So this explanation goes to those who does not belong to IPOB. Anybody that's an IPOB member know how our money moves. That the money we contribute in Italy here, you don't even know where it goes. Because I am the person paying the money to the account of an Italian account here. I know how telematic account works in this European country. You cannot just fly from where you are and come and pick money here. Somebody here must give it to you for one reason or else he demanded it and for a job. So if anybody remit money to you, he must document that as I remit money to our central account here, I document every papers for clarity. Tomorrow you ask me, did you pay this money? I said, this is the receipt. I paid the money. So all these things, you go too far to respond to that guy. And that guy being so foolish he ought to understand that leadership is leadership, not one person. We are not talking about Biafra. I'm not here because of our leader wake every one of us up to come for inside this struggle. It does not mean tomorrow he cannot make mistake. I told one of my member, he called me and said, what do you say on the 18th? Our leader is going to be released. I told him that if our leader is released on the 18th, obviously he has compromised. He said, I said, yes. He said, why do I say so? That our leader will not compromise. And then if he will not compromise, definitely he will not be released on the 18th. He said, why do I say so? I said, because Nigerian government have not gotten what they want. He said, why do I say so? I said, what they want is to destroy IPOB, and they are unable to destroy IPOB. Or obviously, they will not release him. That's my answer to him. And what happened yesterday or today? Exactly.
They don't release him because they have not got what they want. So this is the answer. If any person with his sense will understand what is going on in IPOB. So please, people like this, don't waste much time to respond to them because they're not contributing anything. They were sent. And those in IPOB knows. I will ask my question based on what you said this evening. I hope you listen to me, Mazi, answer. So it's over 3 to 4 years now. Our people from Olo ISIS have been subjected to the hands of the evil people around, killing them. Not everybody in that ISIS are saboteur or
criminals.
Or whatever.
Yes, yes.
But we have left them to be in those good ones. Those are financial IPOB, both home and abroad. There is an IPOB member from that ISIS in abroad here. They don't participate what is going on. They don't even know what is going on. But some of them, their family have run away from their houses. So we have left them. How long shall we let all this thing to continue? Can't the IPOB do something for that? That's number one question. The second one is that you said that we should do anything, that IPOB should do everything so that we move this struggle. My duty as an IPOB member here, if you send me to go to Sokoto, to go to Meduguri, if I can be able to, I will accept to go, I will go. The message. Then, apart from sending me going somewhere as the leader, my duty, my responsibility is to go to meeting, go to rally, and contribute for the IPOB, the one I can be able to as much as I can. Do you have any other thing that we can do to get this struggle, get everything right, to get Biafra that you have not tell us? Because you said that we find something to do. I don't know. We are looking upon the leadership. The leadership are in directive of this struggle. Whatever you tell us to do is what we are going to do. And we believe in this leadership. And the leadership is not made of Nnamdi Kanu. It's made of even me, apart wherever I am, even the national coordinator in Italy, is part of the leadership. This is the cycle of the leadership. Then when they call leadership, it's not only the HOD, not only, this is leadership. And because our people are somehow being trained or grew up, they don't understand administrative work, how it works, leadership by leadership, and how they honor those in power or those they put in place to lead them. If you put me as a member of a head of organization, you respect me even if I'm smaller than you. When I give order and the order is guaranteed by the fellow leadership, you will accept it, whether it favors you or it doesn't favor you. So, Mazi Nasa, how long do we wait for our people to be saved in the hand of these criminals in our law and other places? Remember, I've been telling you all this all the time I call. Thank you and God bless you. That's my question.
There were. Mazi Nasa, I hope you have him, right? Mazi Nasa, are you there? I hope you had him. What is happening? Mazi Nasa, can you hear me? Why? I think Mazi Nasa is here, but I'm not hearing him. Whether you're on call. Mazi Nasa, can you hear me? No, call ended. Just hold on. Let me bring him back. My goodness me. No, I think Mazi Nasa is having some technical issue. It is not from here, honestly speaking. But we must continue. We must continue. I don't know. Let me see whether he's trying to come back. Because, let us understand that some things have advantages and disadvantages. The advantage of all these calls is, even he's being sent by autopilot or he's acting on his own due to one thing or the other. Explanations being given to him is not only to him, for your information. It's not only to him. Explanation is given in order to clarify to people that are listening, because there are thousands of people that are listening. I think Mazi Nasa is having some issues. I tried to bring him in, but not yet. But not yet successful. I don't know why. He has been knocked off. I don't know why. And I hope my voice is coming out. All my dashboard is okay and okay and okay. Let me see. Let me see whether. Yes. Wait. Yes. I think my voice is coming out. Please. I need confirmation that my voice is coming out. Please. Because calls are coming from everywhere. Honestly speaking. I love our people. Everybody wants to contribute. I love our people. Please. Just hold on. Mazi Afokolam, let me just, please. The call can even confuse. Yes. Yes. Mazi Nasa, what is happening? Can you hear me now, Mazi Nasa? Mazi Nasa, can you hear me now? Mazi Chinasa.
Yes.
What is happening?
Maz, I can hear you.
What the heck? Please go on. Yes. Go on, because you have been.
You can hear me?
Yes, go on. Did you hear the question?
Okay.
Did you hear the question of Mazi Chris?
Yes, I heard his question.
Okay.
I heard all.
Please go on.
I was trying to respond, but you were not hearing me. Mazi, let me say, he asked two questions.
Yes.
When they check whether my voice is coming out now, because I know people might say...
It is coming out crystal clear, Mazi.
Okay. Let me start from the last question he asked. The question he asked. Number one, on leadership, the things we want people to do, we are not going to communicate it on air, but I think the leadership have a means they communicate so that every country will be focused. There are countries strategically the leadership have given instructions and asked them to do certain things, and some of them are working. And that is how you see some of these offices you have seen that has been officially opened. We are not only operating officially, also Biafra is heading towards development of Biafra land with some countries on trade and investment. Everybody must know about this. While we are operating on the administrative and diplomatic angle, we are also pushing for a full. Now I have given them ESCO. Ochukwu ha double cross or video baba game ha. They start that bastardize ya. I'm not going to say much, but IPOB, there was a discussion. We are going to have a leadership training. Every coordinator from state to unit, I think the leadership will come out with a better program on it, because we are going to retrain our coordinators, because some of the coordinators don't even know what they're supposed to be doing. Some of them, yes, some can come, make contribution, go to meeting. You're supposed to do more than that. We're supposed to do more than that. And the leadership of IPOB will be having this training. I don't know the date. I cannot be able to, but the preparation is already there, the discussion, because we found out that without having leaders in each country who will understand the diplomatic language, who will understand, because many of us join this struggle, even though they are doing their business, they are doing their work, but they have not seen it that this is what they're supposed to do for the struggle. Some of them just see it, I contribute money, I come to the meeting. There are things that we're supposed to be doing, and that we are going to communicate it maybe through our leadership program. We have IPOB is planning to host that we go around all the continents. I don't know how it will be marshaled out, but it's already in discussion, and coordinators, media heads, all departments, all their heads down to the states they will all participate in this program. To bastardize it. Even some we start paying, say they are asking for money. This is going to be a free training. It has nothing to do with paying any money because it's for IPO. Then secondly, Mazi, nobody is, you see, in Imo State, we have very strong leaders in IPO from Imo State. We are not concerned what people say. What we are trying to solve in our law is a crime. Many people do not know that many IPOB members were killed in our law. Most of them were picked and killed just because they are IPOB members. Like you see this thing also, whether people you are IPOB, they will hunt you and kill you. That is what happened in our law. That is what happened in our law. And we are not keeping silent. But you know, I want
Mazi, your voice. Mazi, your voice. Mazi, please check. Mazi Nasa, can you hear me? Your voice is no longer.
I think it's from your side. It's faulty.
No, go on. It comes out now. It ceased before, but go on. It's okay now. Go on.
Okay. We are not keeping silent over Imo State. I can tell you that. But some people are hoping for us to operate like the IPOB have used a different method trying to curb criminality. But it's not something we have to, because what we found out that anything in our law they bastardized. It's a matter of time. They will be defeated. These people will be defeated. But one thing is this. Like they said they are arrested, they push them away from the state because it's a business for them. I told you here the DSS director, I think, was removed, or I don't know. But because there are allegations that there are people that were arrested who are causing problem in the state. And other politicians will meet them and they will release those people. Just like something that was happening in Isochi last time. The same military officer that conducted the kidnapping of that Methodist bishop, the people in Isochi area they know him as a notorious armed criminal. Even though he's a military, he was a commander.
In the Nigerian military.
From Isochi.
In the Nigerian
military.
Yes.
Yes, he was part of that gang that kidnapped that Methodist archbishop. There was too much uproar. People complained so much his activities in Isukwato area. And that time, because of the accusation, they removed him. Now, after a couple of years now, they brought him back again. And since they brought him back, also criminality has started in that area again. This is what is happening. We are not keeping silent. Imo State is on our way. And that is why I say we must focus to expose, because the moment you are exposing them, you see, all this while they have not gone to attack them. Because I'm coming on air today, they have focused. They are bombing. They know that we are going to talk. They have seen, because I spoke about Imo State. I put on the flyer, today the military have descended heavy oppression in Imo State. I don't think you people understand that. These, most of you did not understand when I came last time, 28th of this May, to tell them that this is what they plan. They want to cause problem in Biafra land. Most of you did not. The military replied that China Sanwo-Olu came on Radio Biafra through Guardian to accuse them or so. We didn't say anything, but we achieved that sit at home for 30th May. It is a civil disobedience. It was one of the best civil disobedience our people have carried out. Today, they know I am coming on air. Since morning, they know I'm coming to talk about this criminality. They have been bombing Imo State. Before this evening, they have said they have captured over 100 people because they know I'm coming to talk about the insecurity. So what we have to do, we must continue to expose them. We must continue to the world what is happening in Imo State because many people there must speak for themselves. Only IPOB can speak for them. We must allow them to use IPOB and the agitation for Biafra as a camouflage to be conducting their illegal drug businesses, their cop war. We cannot allow them because the moment we go silent, they continue committing those crimes because they are eating in criminality. Some of them are also doing so that they will be recognized in the next election. That is how some of them came into power. I have told you about Osioma worship. I am going to repost his pictures. Mazi, these are the politicians are the problem. Most of them are already positioning. You see insecurity happening in Anambra. Look at Soludo. The moment he said that in Anambra, in Maryland, do everything. They want to tell him that we are here. Who do you think commandos them? It is his own political group. It is his own people. Because they want to show, oh, that problem, oh, you have to bring out money. That is all about it. That's what they are doing. Some of them collect this money, they never come back. And that's what is going to happen to some people soon. Because they are feeding on that. Mazi, the issue of Imo State, we need to be on issue. The radio broadcasters come on air. We continue to expose them, because as we are speaking, the military is listening to us in Abuja. They are listening to us. People are listening. They are saying, this is what these guys are saying. You think the Nigerian military have not found out that IPOB is not responsible in those criminal activities? But they cannot say it because it will the one that hopes of them must say it before put him in a very tight corner. There are military people who have been sent back to the north. They said, we realize these are just criminals. They have nothing to do with agitation. We are there fighting. They are making it big. This is not the agitation people that are doing this thing. These are criminals. You think the military, you think Christopher Musa don't know? You think the DSS operatives don't know? You think that these things they are doing it, they continue. Mazi Nnamdi cannot have a court case. They continue playing on this particular card to make sure they say, look at what is happening. Because they have not achieved what they want. They have not achieved it. So we continue to expose them. Call out the names of those. When you hear this politician is involved, what you do, you bring this information. Don't take it personal. We will investigate. Make investigation, and if it's involved, we will come out and tell the world. We will tell them. We're not going to keep silent. I'm not going to tell you here we are going to do them this. No. It's our duty to expose them. When you put them, they understand that what they are doing that the world has not known. Their communities we know. Their villages we know. That they are involved in this type of criminality. Because some of them, people they knew, but they are afraid to call them. They are afraid to call their names. And they feel that is the only way. Because who are they? They were doubts. And that is what Hope Uzodinma has brought to Imo State. And that is why I doubt IPOB will ever forgive that man.
There were. Let me bring in Mazi Afokwalam. Mazi Afokwalam, you are now on air. Please, you can make it brief because there are many people that want to also talk. Many. Mazi Afokwalam, can you?
Yeah, Mazi Jonathan, ndewo nwa Chineke. Ndewo n'ụmụ Chineke. Ndewo agụ na-eche mba ekelela m onye ọbụla. My contribution ka m bidogodi o nwere ihe Mazi Biafran Chad nwa Chineke kwuru here. Ọ sị na the leadership na ihe na-enye ndị nsogbu over loyalty to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Also na part of the problem, over loyalty to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Why? This that auto criminal no nunyene abamu na 30 minutes or how long nunyene you could hear Oshina ihe Kanu they so many times that we are disobeying our leader. Disobeying our leader. DOS disobeying our leader. Our leader is in DSS custody. Our leader, the Oche Onoala, na anunti na ahụzọ. They listen, the chair listens and sees. The world listen and see. Every part of that place has ears and eyes. How can he be giving us instruction from that kind of environment? How can he be giving us instruction from that kind of environment? That means that instruction is given before he gives it. Before it gets to us, the DS has already gotten this instruction. I want you people to start with any instruction that comes from DS custody. Okay, that one is a little bit, but in DSS custody, is giving instruction. Does he mean well for us? Does he mean well for us to be giving us instruction from that kind of? I don't want to talk about the stupid instructions they're talking about. Bring Ekberima to come and talk on radio. Fight Ekberima, don't fight Ekberima. Those does not make any sense. And let me tell you, people, if you tell me that it is the lawyers that are concocting all this and dishing them out, I will say no. Because Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is not the kind of person you will be working for and you disobey him and he keeps quiet. Everything they say comes from Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And it is wrong. So you people should learn to disobey any instruction coming from DSS custody.
Mazi,
okay?
Mazi, I don't see it completely, because people are listening. Here, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu remains the leader of IPOB. He is.
But he is in the enemy's camp.
Exactly.
The information at his disposal is concocted. They manipulate the information at his disposal, and those people surrounding him are our enemies. So how can we listen to that kind of instruction? Those instructions are not. They are not really coming from his main.
The right word. Listen. The right words to use is to filter, because the DOS, I think they know in many cases, they know what to do out of experience.
Mazi, they know what to do. Yes. But before we get that information, the DSS already has that information because of the place the information was delivered. I even want to ask you one question. We are hearing Kanu this one. Does Ojukwu not have a brother? Did you hear about his brother? All these other people, Martin Luther King Jr., Uwazurike, all these people, how many of them have you heard of their brother? Since for 4 years you have been fighting Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. I want to ask, does this struggle belong to the Kanus? Does it belong to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and his family? Or does why? If it belongs to Mazi Kanu and his brothers, that means we pay for the dead. If we are for all the people who have died, they have to pay. But if we are working for ourselves, we are fighting for ourselves, we are fighting for our children, children. If we die in the struggle, so be it. But if I am working for you, you have to pay for the dead. So this is something you people need to make clear to us, because it's not every time Kanus. By the way, a question we are not asking. What is our leader? I'm asking you, Joan. You touched it a little bit. What was our leader doing in Kenya? Some people said he went for diplomatic. Some people said he went to meet Masanga. Some of us went to investigate. We went to ask. He never contacted any of our family members. He didn't contact our family. There was no diplomatic anything. He didn't contact Masanga. So what was he doing?
Mazi, please round up. These are questions that nobody will answer except Mazi Onyendu. That is for me. That is what I would say there. I don't know, Mazi Nasa, you want to add anything before other callers? Mazi Afokwalam, please. You.
Oh, okay.
Yeah, thank you very much.
Okay.
Thank you
Okay.
very much.
You're welcome.
There we go. Mazi Nasa, you want to add anything?
Mazi, I'm not adding anything. You answered Mazi Afokwalam. There are, like, you remember when this guy wanted to defend our lawyer Ejimako? I told him, no. Are you speaking for our lawyer Ejimako, or if you are defending him? Doing some of these issues, the time we would have asked these questions have gone, but we have to wait. You understand me? Because already those things have cost us a lot. This kind of thing is, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is out. People who want to ask can ask. But for now, the stage we are, we cannot come start asking this thing because as no Basota Chala, as a Wute. And one thing I want to, one thing also I want to clarify. I worked with Mazi Nnamdi Kanu for many years. I know him to a certain level. There are decisions, maybe if taken, he may not be in a, he's not having an accurate information about that thing. Are you understanding me? He's a human. But when you explain to him, he will understand. We are not here to dispute what is happening, what somebody brought as a message. But one thing is this. When this guy came, while it is in Emeka that wrote this thing, but he told us that it was our lawyer that delivered these messages to us. And if you look at that write-up, there are a lot of things words that doesn't look like it's from Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, even though Mazi Nnamdi Kanu may defend it. When they talk about to the family, go and read these things again. Everything is talking about a family, the family. One of the questions also, when you come in technical, is which family? Is it personal family? Is it IPOB family? Because it is written, and the person who wrote this thing is a lawyer. The lawyers used to be very technical in writing things. When you told me, don't ever touch anything IPOB, money for IPOB, it is very clear, I will understand because I am contributing money for over 10 years. For over 10 years. Now, there are some things and you need little more clarification. Or you want to say, this is how this thing happened. Let me give you an example. I don't think Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will see the truth and he turn it down. I don't think so. I don't believe. We will explain to him if there is anything that is not understood, but I want them to present those things than to use it as a blackmail. Because, for example, let me give you people an example. Every one of you could remember when Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, the same time he was renditioned, people start to ask. All of us wake up one day and we saw that the Radio Biafra license was all over the social media. Everybody can remember this. In the daytime, by evening time, that registration of IPOB, and that was making everywhere go down that IPOB radio will be shut down because
he was making mockery.
He was
making mockery. I could remember making mockery of.
They make mockery of this. People was on the neck of IPOB leadership. The HOD asked us to look into this issue that is happening. Mazi Abanyem, Mazi Former, Caro Monde, and there is one woman also in UK there. We are not living in UK. We don't know about this. We asked the woman, He asked, how is this happening? Nobody accepts. We found out that the moment they rendition Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, Darlington, Imo, who the address where Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, this thing used to come. You see, those are, if it is an office of IPOB in UK, if it is where we have an official office, those nonsense will not happen. But it is because it was going to somebody's address. The person took the
private address,
private.
the letters, yes,
Thank
official
you.
letters for
These
Radio
are one of the
Biafra,
dangers.
yes.
That is it. These are one of the dangers. Because this letter is going to a private person. He took it, it's already against, many people have been contacted against IPOB, against this thing. He took the letter and hand over to the enemies. He knew that Uche Mefode are not part of the struggle. He knew that he used it and hand them over, and those people use it and hand over to Perima to make program. When we interceded over this issue, Karumonde, Mazo Forma, me and Abanye, with Mrs. I don't want to mention her name, we start to, how do we handle this? And it was after COVID, COVID period. It was all these things. We tried to, the woman started working on it. She went there, they told her
that is to renew the
how
license of Radio Biafra London in the United
Thank you.
Kingdom. Yes.
Yes, to be able to renew the license for Radio Biafra. Now, the woman told us in confidence, thing has happened before. When Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was also in detention in 2015. She said, this is the way we handled it. And that is where we are not living in UK. We are not living in Britain. Mazi Dozem is not living in, not it's ready to go to live in Britain. For that, we are trying to keep an institution. But many of you have forgotten that when we were trying to solve that problem, we were being demonized. We were being said that we want to take radio from Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Even when this thing went to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, remove his name, hijack his radio. There is nothing they did not say. We were just trying to solve a problem because we are trying to uphold his legacy. Because it will be very shameful that in our presence, Radio Biafra was destroyed. In our presence, that Radio Biafra was destroyed. We intervened. This sister played a very important role. Do the things she said, this is how to do it, this is how to do it. That the government knows Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is in detention in Nigeria. We cannot play any hanky-panky, you do it the legal way. And we told her, you know better, because she is part of this thing. And she did it. The time she was doing this process, they start to, there is no accusation that didn't come from the siblings of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And I'm sure, when Mazi Nnamdi Kanu heard about this, how these issues happen, he will testify that, yes, what happened is the right thing to do. That is why I say there are certain things we don't need to argue. Those people they are sending to ask this thing. Do you understand me? To what Jojo? When time reach, you are not the one that send this message. But if you come out in the public and start using it as an attack, that is what is leading to all these things. This meeting was going very fine. They sent this man today because they sent him because because this the same question he have asked is what the day I throw the challenge is what Kanu is this thing. Ask them, they say this thing. This is the discussion that have gone on, and then he came out. Their spokesperson is no more talking, so they send him to come and ask. They are trying to prove a point. They are trying to prove a point. And I'm telling them, remember where we are is not where we are years back. Lives have gone. Many people have sacrificed. Look at this. Our brother have said that he lost his job till today because of the case the brother Mazi Nnamdi Kanu did to him. The same way many of us are facing challenges all over the world because of this struggle. As I am telling you people, over a decade, I have never seen my parents. I cannot also take them because of the old age. Do you know the trauma? Do you know the trauma people go through? Do you know the people, families have come, wives have divorced because they are listening to Kanu? Don't you know this is one of the painful? Don't you know that in this struggle there are some women who do not buy what Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is preaching? There are some people, they have found something, they are pro-Nigeria because they are not yet convinced. There are people, because of the activities of the siblings of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, they are already having, when they see what is happening on social media, they tell their husband, I cannot be here, you are doing these things. Are you people not aware? Do you know most of our people, your wife will tell you, do you know families are separated, living differently because the wife said, you are a danger to me. Your activities is very harmful to me and my children. Do you know that? Do you know the trauma people are going through because of this struggle? And people do not put those things into consideration and understand that everybody have played a very important role. Look at those young boys that were released few days ago. 4 years in detention for nothing. 4 good years. Some of them came out there with sicknesses. Some of them came out there broken because before they come, their wives left. Some of them, as they come out, they don't know where their wife and their children are. They are just out to start life, to repair their life. And somebody who has not been affected negatively in this struggle will be playing with our lives. We're playing with our lives. It's not accepted. I don't see the reason why people who are coming to talk about this obey Mazi Nnamdi will Mazi Nnamdi Kanu because of 1 or 2 things that he needs to understand and forget the 10 years, 12 years, lives of men they have put in this struggle. Why are they pushing this thing to this angle? I want to know. Because there are issues that do not concern me. This is IPOD. There are things happening in South Africa. The coordinators are not under my control. They may be under the control of the deputy HOD. If there is issue, we can come in to settle these issues. But they have their line manager. And because you call me, you want me to go to South Africa, which I am not, which according to the system of IPOB structure, this is the person who is in charge. You want me to jump from there, go there, fight, beat people, do these things, and if I don't do it, I have now done something unforgivable. Put in 12 years. If it is so, so be it. I will die standing than die lying down on my back. They were watching it.
Well, there, Mazi, we have many callers still there, and I think as some people might say the Pandora's box has been opened, we must continue. I have a caller on WhatsApp. Mazi Collins, please hold on. I'll bring you in. I have a caller on WhatsApp. Let me see. Thousands of calls have been coming. Caller on WhatsApp, please go on. The time is yours now. Caller on WhatsApp with the Zoom number. Please, 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 please. Go on. Let me see. Can you hear me?
Yes, I can hear you.
There, Mazi. Wapu also, please.
Yeah. Yeah. This is Mazi's Mezunwe. So yeah, I called because Mazi Chinasa Nwolu asked us to call if we have any evidence that they have disobeyed Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, that we should call, we should bring it out.
Okay.
So that's why I'm calling. So first, now, like I said, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is the supreme leader of this movement, and DOS see the day and day activities of this struggle. And Onyendu said, whatever DOS said, go. And when that thing is too much, they should be on this table. And head of DOS said again that if we try to reduce the authority of our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, we are putting his life in danger. Now, let me ask Mazi Chinasa Molu about the Monday Ghost Town that he announced. Why did they disobey the instruction of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu for not suspending the Monday Ghost Town that he announced? Second, why did they not accept Madam Bridget Okafor and Father Odumegwa in DOS? We know the activities of Madam Bridget Okafor. We know what he said on the Biafra, which I'm not okay with it. But as our leader has given that instruction, why did he not obey our Mazi Nnamdi Kanu? The third one, how about the Umeri account? Where is the Umeri account today? When Kanu said that the Umeri account is not from our leader Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and head of DOS move ahead and announce that Umeri account today, the Umeri account is no more. I have a lot, but let me stop here.
Just hold on. Don't go. You have been waiting.
No. I'm here.
Okay.
No,
Mazi Nasa, please go on. Can you hear me? Mazi Nasa. Do you hear what he said?
Mazi, I can hear you.
Okay, go on.
Mazi, I want to understand. This that Mazi Nnamdi Kanu told us to call off the sit at home, why we didn't call it off?
That's what he asked. You know, I don't know, but
Mazi, ask him.
He's hearing you. He can reply. He's hearing you direct.
Yes, Mazi. Mazi, can you repeat your number one question?
My number one question, no? Mazi Nnamdi Kanu gave you guys an instruction on 6th of August 2021, 3 days before on 9th of August, to Monday sit down. You announced it Monday goes down, and you guys refused to obey the instruction. And you said, listen, and you said, coming. Everybody feels our that message. And Mazi Chinedu said again that because of Onyendu did not give the reasons of suspending that Monday goes down, that he will go ahead and carry out, and he will get the responsibility. Wow, do you guys
Mazi, are you using earphone? Because sometimes the voice is...
No.
Okay. Mazi Nasa, go on, please. Go on.
Yes. Mazi, I will answer this guy because I wanted to understand, is it when we have announced it or after we have, you understand
no,
me? Why
he said, why did the DOS disobey announcing stopping Monday sit at home?
They sit at home.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay. Okay, Mazi, let me make it very, very clear. Very, very clear. Monday sit at home is a civil disobedience. Everybody know about this. Civil disobedience is never a crime anywhere. Put that one in your head. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, let me give you the reasons why we did not call out the first sit at home. Let me give you the reasons. When Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was renditioned from the Kenya, when Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was renditioned, you know the problem that was in Biafra land. You know how everywhere was in tension. You know the leadership were having meetings. What are we going to do? On the process, we are planning this. On the process, because I know who sent. You know why I want to come down to ask this question is I know who sent him. I know who sent this guy. But after I have answered him, I will tell him who sent him. Okay? Now, so that everybody will know, whoever speak here, we know where you are coming from. Now, on that particular time, the leadership, the DOS were having meetings. How are we going to respond to the Nigerian problem? We are having a problem. When we said, how are we going to respond? The leadership came in agreement. That time also, there were people who were advising, you people must do something. They were expecting more than sit at home. Let me tell you if you don't know. Their expectation is more than sit at home. Because had it been we go towards the other one, people advise us, maybe we will not be talking all these things we are talking today. But in the wisdom of the leadership, we said no. We must not move. Because the moment they bring Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, what did the Nigerian government do? They descend on all IPOB members. They were attacking ESN, they were attacking many IPOB members. That was the time most of them are missing till today. We say we are going to make sit at home. And for your information, we informed many people. And why did we do that? On 25th of July, that they're supposed to bring Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to court. I think that was when the tension go high. They didn't bring Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to court. You can't tell me why. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was incommunicado. What was the news outside there? To everyone what didn't know? The people in America, women in America, everybody was shouting, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu have only 2 weeks to live because of the shock he have undergone. You know one thing I'm saying here, most of you are living in the past because this is 4 years issue. All of you are talking today. They said Mazi Nnamdi Kanu will die. That is why they didn't bring him to court. The lawyers were not given access. The whole Abuja, everywhere, DSS, they didn't bring him to court. If you are in the shoes of the leadership, because these are the people you people have already accused of also selling Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, we said we have to do something. We are going to lock down Biafra land. We are going to put it at home. The moment we say we are going to put it at home, when we agreed, have it in a meeting, HOD make a memo and ask me to go to make the announcement. We made the announcement. Because some of you are talking out of ignorance. You are not part of, I doubt when that thing is happening, you never engage. You were never engaged with the powers that were holding Mazi Nnamdi Kanu and understand what was happening at that time. The moment we announced that, Biafrans wholeheartedly accepted it. And there was a clause on that seat at home that we are putting this seat at home ready to review it as soon as they allow Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. We have access to him because every news that time was that he will not survive. And as his lieutenant, what do you expect us to do? Fold hands and follow you to gossip? Is that what you expect us to do? No. There are decisions that IPOB leadership took, and we have no regret because it was for the sake of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. And Mazi Nnamdi Kanu was brought from Kenya, sad, humiliated. Who will stand for him? We are the ones to stand for him. The moment we announce it, costs started coming. I told you that immediately it happened. Calls started coming. They said we should cancel the sit at home, that they're going to release him by the end of the month. I have said it at the early of this program. Kalonta, call a meeting. Benjamin Nnamdi is alive. Emma Powerful is alive. Ofoma is alive. Mazi Dosiem is alive. I think Mazaban. All of us came to that meeting in an arrogant manner. Kalonta asked us that who asked us to put this sit at home? Who did we take permission from to put this sit at home? That the Nnamdi Kanu is coming out by the end of the month. That is July. I know on the 5th. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is coming out that hope I'm not saying I'm not the only one who here, so that people are there. They are bringing him out at the end of the month. We told him how. The same night we finished that distance, Ohaneze issued a statement asking us to talk. The same thing Kalunta told us in the meeting. The following day, Ohaneze issued a statement saying they are calling off the sit at home, that they are calling it off. We should not put it at home. Economic distance, economic what? The next thing, a call came to Powerful. They told him, I don't want to say what those people said, but they told Powerful. Let me go straight to the point. They told him, oh God, told him they talk about Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, some few things they want to talk about. Even this Kanunta, they asked him, they will offer him $500,000 first time to abandon the struggle. Powerful is alive. He said, we give you $500,000, leave these people, this is what they are doing, this is what they do, take this money and go away.
Mazi, who offered who?
Mazi, one of the governors, gave this proposal to Powerful. Are you understanding me? Yes. Powerful is alive. Then because of sit at home, then on the process, he asked him that they are going to give him 40 million for this press release. The 500,000 is for him to leave the struggle, and move away. But the 40 million, he said he has spoken to people, they will raise 40 million to give to Powerful to write a press release that this sit at home has been cancelled. Maz, all this issue came to the leadership. We had a meeting. We found out that there are people that are very interested, that they don't want this sit at home to go on to see Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. This sit at home that's supposed to happen on 6th, the brother of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, fine boy, he started threatening Powerful. Start threatening him. And on Saturday, before we do that sit at home on Monday, he told him, I will shock IPOD. Or then, Powerful then. He told him, if you people, these are the questions. We want to see our leader. If the IPOB leadership, that is, if all these things you people are talking is what is drawing some people back, even to fight for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Because every move they make, it is turned against them. These things, all this behavior that are being exhibited, they are habitual liars. Powerful tell them, no, cannot do it. The leadership have to make a decision on this. On Saturday,
that is, he rejected their offer of $500,000 and 40 million naira.
He rejected the whole offer. He rejected it. Powerful told them he cannot do that because the leadership is there who will take decisions. He is not the one. He is just media and publicity secretary. A commissioner called Powerful from one of the states. He told him, Powerful, I would have liked IPOB to take this money. This 40 million they are to put that instead of the split Mazi Nnamdi Kanu to take it, he would have loved them that IPOB take this money, that he should go and write the press release and cancel the cap. Powerful said, no, we want to see Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. You didn't bring him to court on. We need him alive and supposed to let. This is what we are. Time allowing of him, nobody was allowed to even visit him throughout that week. We tell people to prepare. They could not see him on Tuesday. They could not see him on Thursday. What happened on Saturday through Sunday online? Okay, this Sunday newspaper by Joseph Carlo. You remember? Is it Sunday? Is it Sunday? It's a Sunday distance. Mazi, can you remember me?
Sunday Times, so.
Huh?
Is it Sunday Times?
Yes, Sunday is Sunday Sun, or Sunday Sun, or Sunday something, or Sunday. The newspaper carried it that the family of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, his siblings, have cancelled the sit at home because of NECO. Sun newspaper. The siblings of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, it was quoted in the paper that they have cancelled the sit at home because of NECO examination.
Which means they went and collected that 40 million rejected by.
I don't know them.
That is logic.
He do that,
it's logic. Go on.
Before he do that, yes, he have got powerful and told powerful, if you don't rewrite this thing, I am going to shock IPOB. And on that day, they shocked IPOB and they wrote a press release from their family that they are calling off the whole press sit at home in Biafra land because Sunday Sun newspaper, because of our people are taking NECO. Because of NECO examination, they went and they cancel, bring confusion in what we are doing. Because some of you, because of that, go on that day and check. The Sunday, the following day, all members of the GOS came on the radio Biafra and to reiterate that the sit at home on that Monday must go up. And that was the day when we make that sit at home, Washington Post, Al Jazeera, the whole world, it was very peaceful. Our people accepted it. Our people accepted it. You cannot tell me the whole world everywhere shake. Even that time we were in a good connection with Ambazonia people. They shut down, moved across the border up to the whole Ambazonia territory. Everywhere was shut down. That day was the day. This is our strength. This is a tool for negotiation. But you people, out of your monetization of the Biafra struggle, you try to bastardize it. Some said, how can it be Chinas and Woru come and give order? It is not Chinas and Woru that gave order. It is the IPOB, the GOS, which on behalf of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. Mazi Nnamdi, because of what his brothers have told him.
Can I say something? Can I say something?
I'm coming. I'm coming. You have asked your question. I will finish. No, because you asked me. I'm giving you a complete lowdown for other people also to hear. We shut down. It was all over. And on that Monday was the day they allow Aloye Jimako to see Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. After they refused to bring him to court. It was on that Monday. Aloye Jimako came out. He sent us message that Onyendu say we should call off the sit at home. If we want that, if we don't obey him, it will look like we don't have power over what he says. No, Aloye Jimako. It was on the following day, Tuesday. I think Ejiofor met him again now on Thursday, not on Jimako came out on that day, that Monday. He told us that he even showed him Washington Post. He told him that Washington Post, the whole world, because this sit at home crosses the border and go to Ambazonia, because Ambazonians were in solidarity. That's what, when I say certain things here, you people don't understand it. When I told you, when IPOB make a move, if we present something that we can use as a tool to push our struggle forward, it will be bastardized. They will use money, they agree for money, and they destroy that plan. That is what they do with ESN. That is anything IPOB set up. It is used to. They sit at home is a simple disobedience. It is not a crime anywhere in the world. And let me shock you, as they say they will shock us. The moment I send this message to Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, and I will say it, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu sent that message. We beg him. When Ejiofor went to see him, Ejiofor went to see him on Thursday. He brought the same message Aloy Ejimakor brought. That Onyendu said this sit at home must be cancelled. He gave his own reasons. We begged him that, please, that was on Thursday, Ejiofor supposed to go to see him. We tell Ejiofor, because we have gotten a message from our lawyer Ejimakor. We send him, tell Onyendu, give us, this sit at home is not forever. It is not something to go. We need this sit at home to position things. This time they hold you, and our people are in support. Our people are very, very happy. They say most of them cannot do anything, but they say this is what they can do. Let them release you. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu refused. If most of you listen to the broadcast from Chinedu a Sunday before when you cancel the sit at home, you will see that announcement came with a very heavy heart.
Mazi, I hosted him on this platform. I hosted him. I understood.
Yes. Thank you. Mazi, in the DOS, it was a war. People say, why allow this thing for the second time so that we can control the tempo of this sit at home? We beg for one more chance so that we use that one more chance. We told them that if you cut it off, they will use it against us. And that is what happened. We gave the order. We know the tempo that is happening. On that day, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, went on air, announced it. And before it was cancelled, we already know that problem is coming. That is why we were begging Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, but he refused not to listen to us, because his brothers and for us, we have already witnessed a red flag when money was involved, when people were called to buy off, because of, we found out that, oh, we have hold them now. They don't want the sit at home. What happened? The moment Mazi Dozie came that night to announce cancellation of the sit at home, the following morning, the same night after Mazi Dozie finished, the following day, which is Monday, the people still sat at home. People were not happy that this sit at home was called off. As the week goes, both Mazi Nnamdi Kanu knew that people were not happy that the sit at home was, because we were in control of this sit at home. What happened? When they realized that people, our people, the majority of our people want to sit at home, they saw it as it is a tool can use to push for Mazi Nnamdi Kanu. What do? The siblings jump on the bandwagon. They must start to say, we sold Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, that is why we cancelled this. They said we took 6 billion from Anambra State government, from people to cancel the sit at home. That's what they say. Have all of you forgotten? On the process, and I can tell you on Radio Biafra, as Eberima continued to do that thing, the siblings of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu ran and they circled him. They became associates. All of you saw what they were doing. They organized prayers in Mazi Nnamdi Kanu compound, prayers against the leadership of IPOD, against Tina Sanwo-Olu. In the compound of Mazi Nnamdi Kanu, there are people who were there. There was one of them I asked one day. I asked him, oh, it's not long. I told him, but you used to be in that place when they used to promote this Eberima in your presence when you are doing prayers. He said that his spirit told him that the guy is a bad person, but he couldn't have mouth to tell them.
Please, can you summarize? And when we eventually go, yes, take it too long.
I'm coming. You came to ask me questions. I am explaining it to you for other people to hear.
I know.
So that is the case. I'm coming. Okay, and that is the case. I want to stop there to tell you this is the reason. There is no smoke without fire. Remember, we are in a struggle. We are the people outside. We know what was happening. For us, if you allow me to make, I'm coming. Demonte Mazi, if you allow me with what I know, with what transpired during this sit at home you are talking about, I will tell you, this is me. I will tell you the sit at home was sold. The sit at home was sold. It was sold. That's why it turned catastrophic in our land. That is the consequences of selling the collective effort of the people. That is the consequences. They go and they start to support evil. And this is where we are today. I forgot the second question you asked. There was another Mazi Chinedu reminded me his second question.
Okay, Maz, before the second question, I want to say something, please. Just listen. Maz, I want to tell you that you lie, and I have a proof. You lie. Mazi, it was Ifeanyi Ejiofor that brought that message to our HOD on 6th of August. And I have it on you too, saying that only the message come on 6th of August, before on 9th of August. I have it on tape, on you.
Mazi, what is the bone of Mazi? What is the let me ask. What is the bone of contention now?
No, Mazi, hold on. Let me explain to him. Hold on. I have explained it very clearly here now. That pre to that day of that sit at home, that this was what was happening. Before they brought the issue, people came to say, Mazi Nnamdi Kanu said we should stop. But Ejiofor brought it on the second time when the Monday one have carried out. But I have told you the reason why we continue on the sit at home. It was a civil disobedience. It was not a crime. It was a civil disobedience. But if you want us to talk about this sit at home, it will bring out many things. It will bring out, because people now you people now support, because I know you from your voice now. I know you are one of the Nnanya boys that you come this time to ask questions, and I'm ready. That's why I'm answering you. You understand me? You people were there when all these things were happening. Let me ask Biafra: sit at home, is it a crime for the release of the leader? Sit at home. What will that thing show you? Since that time, don't you witness the 30th May sit at home? I'm asking you. Hold on. Don't you witness the 30th May sit at home? Was it violent? Don't you know that before we make sit at home, we used to write to all the institutions in Biafra land? This last sit at home, don't you know we wrote to
You are not getting the point. You are not getting.
Mazi, let me interject. Mazi, let me interject.
Yeah.
I don't understand the bone of contention.
Yes.
The sit at home has been explained. It's what happened 4 years back. And all of a sudden is brought out here. It was given up. It was cancelled. I hosted Mazi Chike Doziem to come painstakingly to obey Mazi Nnamdi Kanu by publicly cancelling it, which I also quarreled with him after that announcement. Mazi Doziem is alive. After that announcement, I engaged him, I quarreled with him. I said, why will you do that? He calmed me down. He said, Mazi, I must obey. What is the bone of contention, Ndibo? I humbly try to and the same sit at home, the same people that cancel it went back to support somebody that was promoting it. Do you see where Okechukwu say we are not ready? It seems we are going to become slaves forever. I'm telling you. The same people, it's what happened in my presence. They continue supporting. No.
Nnamdi Kanu is the supreme leader of this movement. Mazi Nnamdi Kanu is the supreme leader of this movement. Whatever he said is final. And 3 days to this Monday goes down.
Mazi, if you don't have any points, please, I beg you, you stop reiterating
remind me his
on no
second
point.
question. Remind me his second question. Let me
No,
answer.
go to your second question, because we shouldn't be busy doing nothing. There are people that have constructive questions to
They
ask.
continue to disgrace themselves.
Today I'm very lenient, and that is how radio is.
The second question is about Madam Bridget accepting him in DOS.
Okay. Now let him answer. Let him answer.
Mazi, let me answer. Let me answer him, Madam Bridget and Madam Megwa.
Yeah.
Mazi, are you aware that Madam Bridget, they came on air and took over from the DOS? Were you aware? And they make people of no confidence.
Yes.
And are you aware of that? So you are aware. So you were aware also when they say that the DOS, they are now the emissary, they are the one in charge of the struggle. You are aware of that?
I say yes. Even when you come on Biafra.
How come? Because you people did not, if you know this message you are talking, one day a lawyer called me and he brings Benjamin and Mazi and told me that Onyendu said that Mrs. Bridget and Father Megwa should be put inside the DOS. I told I'm coming. The DOS is not one person. Before you do something, you don't come and, because let me tell you, I know some games when they use one person to cause commotion in a leadership that is organized. I said, okay. But I told you, I said, is it Mrs. Bridget, the ones that have already voted against the IPOB leadership? They are the leaders now. How did he want to come now to be inside the DOS? And when did that thing happen? There was an audio of Mrs. Bridget. I think some people might tape it, where Mrs. Bridget was talking to somebody after they have done that coup. They fell. Mrs. Bridget was talking, the person was asking, he said, we don't know, we cannot know what these DOS people are doing. They have the key, unless we became part of the DOS. That is the only way to know their plan. Mrs. Bridget's audio was circulating in circulation. And you know, they were fighting the leadership. I told, with this message came, I told our lawyer, I said,